The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high. I wonder when it all goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high. I wonder when it all goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend for those who don't have to work. All right, thank you again, guys, so much for tuning in. Remember, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. So right now, the dinner with Mark Golden is going on, the cocktail. So we're wishing them all the best, with what they're doing right now. So remember that Mark Golden is in Canada, in Toronto, and right now they're having cocktail and dinner and just some togetherness. All right, so tonight's topic is the voices of the people getting louder with your host Byron and Anne-Marie. Let me just welcome those in the chat, and then I'm going to hand over to Byron. So Young'uns, Maxwell Williams, Truck Live, Dorothy McCoy, Larry Beckford, Dwight Tyndale, Falmouth Girl 2, Andrea Hunt, Marcia Mara, Patel Cruikshank, Sania Foster, Andrew Fisher, Willidan, Rennie Swaby, Sam Allen, Jamotive One Music, Don Mel, Pamela O'Cullough, Paula Facey, Patricia Robinson, Fabian Bryan, Rosa, Jamaican, Out of Many, Melford Campbell, Candymax, our channel member. Remember, guys, the channel membership is still open for anyone who wants to join. Rosalie Ricketts, Frontline Workers, Seymour, welcome. And as usual, I'll welcome others as they come in. If I lose control, then it will be our umbrella welcome. Ransford Smith, welcome. Thank you so much. Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron while I do some housekeeping.
All right. Thank you, honey. Once again, big welcome to all of our listeners and subscribers, and of course, TV Land and the multiple devices that have been tuning in. Right. Tonight, as we know that, of course, the comrade leader is here in Canada, right? And just as what my wife said, having some togetherness. Right now, currently that they are dining, and just having certain conversations as it relates to forward movement and nation building. Right. So without any delay, there are a few clips that we want to show, right, as the comrade leader traversed through the space in Canada, right, and some of the conversation that he had with few people. Some of the interactions we are going to highlight. So without any delay, honey, let us play, right, that footage where, as it relates to Mark Golding interacting with some of the folks here in Canada, right? And big welcome to the comrade leader in Canada. Okay. All right, let us share that.
Comrade leader, next thing I want to say is a question. That was a question. I have a comment, closing comments. Yes, comrade leader, even Comrade Floyd Morris can see that the diaspora here in Canada is ready for a change and ready for a march growth. Comrade leader, Charlie, we are ready for the Madam 30 seconds of paper, 30 seconds Madam. We are ready, comrade leader, who can fly back to Jamaica to mark the X, ready to be virtual, running, the hot walk DJ asking for birth paper, but I tell him the hot walk DJ that my comrade leader not present no birth paper until you dig up Tiaga and Tiaga present his birth paper. Hello. We're not doing that anymore.
All right. So that is a small snippet of the interaction that been there, right? We have seen that Dalrymple is back in the space where the politics is concerned, representing Southeast Trelawny. And in spite of, a pending, right, criminal charge against Dalrymple, the Prime Minister chose to recycle Dalrymple back in the space. And, that is, of course, we use the word recycle deliberately, right? Because I believe that, to say that Dalrymple at this point in time, to me, is a political mess. And we have seen now where the Prime Minister is now recycling Dalrymple back into Trelawny. It goes to, show, right, what sort of leadership that we have, right, as it relates to the Prime Minister inability, right, to hold persons accountable. And I think one of the reasons, the primary reasons for that, because the Prime Minister himself, right, is found now to be culpable, right, of many allegations. And so then, that in itself is showing us, right, as a result of, the Jamaica Labour Party administration being rogue as it is, right? There's no form of disciplinary measures, right? Can can be done by the Prime Minister. There's no leadership role, right, where the Jamaica Labour Party administration is concerned. And so we see the situation with Dalrymple, we see the situation with Warmington, and the list goes on, right? And we see the situation with the Prime Minister himself. So bringing back Dalrymple in this space, I guess that the Prime Minister is saying, even though that is under, right, the cloud of darkness relating to all the allegations as it relates to SSL, as it relates to the possibility of money laundering, as it relates to FID. You understand, it's going to investigate, and God, he knows, right, what FID is going to find. And with all of that hanging over the Prime Minister, right, the Prime Minister chose to double down, right, in wrongdoing. You have seen the Prime Minister get to the low of low. You have seen the Prime Minister again, right, knowing who he is. You understand, as it relates to the grandstanding. You have seen the Prime Minister gone in length to have, what's the dread name again? Peanut Dread, right, in Parliament, not researching Peanut Dread background, right, and have an understanding of, what are some of the things that Peanut Dread represent, right? Which one of the things that Peanut Dread represent was, being so disrespectful, right, to ladies. And the Prime Minister bringing Peanut Dread, right, in Parliament, you understand, for what? For youngsters, right, to emulate. So these are the serious errors that the Prime Minister, right, is making, right? And this is one of the reasons why, when we look at an administration like this that lacks the leadership across the board, we are saying that, enough is enough. And we are seeing that the Prime Minister is plummeting in the poll because there are several factors of different issues. You understand, identifying the Prime Minister, that the Prime Minister simply lack leadership, lack the ability in terms of transparency, lack the ability in terms of accountability, right? And the Prime Minister is just going down the wrong road. We have seen where the Prime Minister, right, being awarded a particular entertainer, right? As a result of the entertainer, right, went on stage with him and, of course, endorse him. And so then, that again set, a lot of negative as it relates to how it affects the entertainment community. Now, without any delay, and I want to show people, I'm going to bring back the clip, but I am not licking the entertainer, so let me just say it specifically clear. We are only showing what I would call the dibby-dibbiness of the Prime Minister, right? Some things what the Prime Minister been doing, right? The Prime Minister have persons put in position, right? Or the Prime Minister administration have person put in position that definitely have no skill. So the Prime Minister doesn't respect meritocracy, where you have people who have the requisite skill supposed to place in areas to do the job and to understand their functionality. You have seen where you have Chopper John, you understand, at the Western Regional Cornwall Children Hospital, right, being there as the project manager, and yet Chopper John has no certification. And with that within itself, you understand, some technocrat who has the skill and ability had lost that opportunity, right, because of who the Prime Minister is. So let me just give a reminder and hear some of the comments as it relates to how the Prime Minister deal with some issues. So let me just remind the Prime Minister, and we are getting down there tonight, you understand, in terms of, you understand what we are going to identify with this Prime Minister lacking leadership so badly, and where the country in itself lacks that leadership as well. So without any delay, let us play this clip. Okay. All right, so we are getting into it, right? We just want to show, right, the sort of decision that the Prime Minister is making, and awarding people who are not so much, right, to be awarded of people. It just rests on what we call nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. So we want to just point out one of the few occasions that upset a lot of people. Without any delay, hear this. Look at this clip.
I have received the Order of Distinction Officer class, and I feel very blessed, very grateful, extremely honored. Who would have thought that a dancehall artist coming into the business 24 years ago would be on the lands of King's House now?
Lord, I honor your name. Will. My general, my leader.
Are here, my boys are here.
All who say one God, one love, one name, one heart, one destiny. Who God bless? Drop it again. Huh. Portland. Yeah. Oh. We're gonna sing it, make Father God here now. Hands up. Lord, I pray, I honor your name. Deliver your mercy whenever I fall. You lift me up. Glory to thee. Oh God. Come like this one. Our Redeemer saving grace. I know I'm not worthy to see your face. I try hard, but I make mistakes. You're still by my side every step that I take. Through every heartache, you get the praise. You are my guide, I'm a shield always. Every time me a gaze and I play.
All right. So I am going to stop it there. But one will ask, why Byron go back to this clip again? Now let me explain the reason as to why I, went back to that clip. Now, if you look on Isaac Buchanan and see what they are doing now in terms of dragging Isaac Buchanan in the mud, and we all know that Isaac Buchanan, right, is really one of the stories, right, that is so uplifting to many youths. And the truth be told, as I said, I am not hitting Wayne Marshall, so I don't want Wayne Marshall to feel that, you understand, I am hitting him. I am not hitting Wayne Marshall. Wayne Marshall, as a matter of fact, Wayne Marshall has nothing to do with him, you understand, being awarded. But I am saying, right, in the same breath, right, and we know that, of course, Wayne Marshall, right, has prior conviction. And you have the Jamaica Labour Party administration associated with Wayne Marshall, right? Wayne Marshall, as you see in that clip, right, went on stage, did what he did. And I am not saying it is wrong. I just want people to understand where I'm coming from. I'm just making, right, the issue to the fact that they are making such an issue just because Isaac Buchanan is representing the People's National Party, right, in East Portland. And that caused a whole lot of bangarang and, political discrimination, I will say, right, over by Big Mama, right, the emphasis that they are using to drag down Isaac Buchanan. And how can you compare Isaac Buchanan, you understand, with a Dalrymple, right? And it is totally unfair when at the time when Isaac Buchanan, right, did, that offense, right? I mean, he was young. He was age 17 years of age. 17 years of age. And he was able, Isaac Buchanan was able, right, to lift up himself, right, pull up his bootstraps, right, and study hard and diverting away from that, right? And now the man defeat the odds. And so then for the Jamaica Labour Party administration to be continuing to drag down the man, you understand, highlighting the man like the man is a criminal. You understand, it is unfair, right? And so then we have to bring back some issues, right, on the front burner, right, to show Andrew Holness, So then let us hear how McNuffie had felt at the time when Wayne Marshall was being awarded. And remember, at the time when Wayne Marshall was being awarded, we all know that you have an entertainer, right, who is more lyrically potent. You understand? Other entertainer who had done several and made several achievements. You understand? And represent Jamaica worldwide, right? Far reach above. You understand the level where Wayne Marshall had reached. Not batching him, but yet as a result of his association, which we need to speak the truth, right? He had been given an award, and now here is Isaac Buchanan. You want to drag down Isaac Buchanan. You want to drag him through the mud for what? And yet, I am going to come out, with some evidence, because you have some, you have some member of parliament, particularly cabinet member, who have some serious allegations against them, And let me speak out tonight. I am not holding back my mouth. You have member of parliament in the Andrew Owners administration right now in the cabinet. You understand? Who have rape allegation against him. Rape allegation, child molestation, and yet you don't seek to speak that. You don't seek to speak that. But you are highlighting, you understand, using your propaganda media, Big Mama. You understand, to highlight Isaac Buchanan, to drag down Buchanan for what? Yes, let me just take this call, right? Before I proceed, let me just take this call, because sometimes the people calling on their credit, and I don't want them to burn their credit. Yes, caller, you're on the line. Go ahead.
Turn on the device.
Yes, you want to turn on the device in the background, please? Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead. Okay, yes, go ahead. You're on here.
Hello.
Hello.
Reception.
Okay, something wrong with the caller reception. So when the caller have a solid reception, then the caller will call back. So my apology for that caller. Your reception is not coming in quite clear. So let us go to the next clip and see how other person that felt. You understand, when that, when that thing was awarded to Wayne Marshall. Without any delay, let us play this other clip.
Anything? Okay.
This is Alpha. All right. So it is just right a double standard thing.
Breaking news, breaking news. Somebody please call Wayne Marshall and tell him to return, please, to return the OD order of distinction. Wayne, me not go disrespect you, and me not go say whatever the situation is. Because if I come in then give you don't reach my IT and fancy cat level, me don't know what them gauge for, I swear to God. I can't explain what you get this award for. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody call Wayne Marshall up on yard and tell him say it must look good if him not see a Wayne Wonder name is on it. Tell him to look good if him not see a Wayne Wonder name is on the award. Wayne Wonder. You know how much greatness Wayne Wonder do? Look how great Wayne Wonder is. Bring up Buju Banton, Baby Sham. Wayne, please, may I beg you. If you know me, know, please to return the award. Please to return the award. That award is for Wayne Wonder. There's a mistake. There's a mistake made, and that award is for Wayne Wonder. So please, I don't know Wayne Wonder, Wayne Marshall wife, please to wake up Wayne Marshall, please to wake him up and tell him to look at the award properly again. Tell him to look at the award, and look whose name is on it, because apparently somebody in the office, why Joel is lose this election, and him do the fuckery. And the fuckery is to give Wayne Marshall the award for nothing. Because what Wayne Marshall do to deserve such an award? OD? No, sir. And so much artists do so much great things. Wayne Marshall didn't even reach me level. Wayne Marshall didn't even reach me level. The amount of award I get, how much artists me get award, how much artists me acknowledge long time before Jamaica, the government of Jamaica acknowledge them. You know how much award? Me give Bounty Killer award. Me give Beanie Man award. Me Lady Star award. Me give so much artists. Sizzla Kalonji award.
Well, there you go. There you have it. You understand? And since the Prime Minister administration is going into the hog pen, you understand, to wallow amongst the pigs, then, of course, might as well, right, we put out all the linen. You understand? And show, right, as it relates to the low level that the Prime Minister administration is taking, right? The very low level. Now, this is where I want to go, my people. Let us chit-chat for a while. Dalrymple, right, clearly abuse or discount credit, right? Clearly abuse it. And as such, Dalrymple, who is the Speaker of the House, right, and a legislator should have known better. But it goes to the length and breadth of the corruption. And so then, I mean, if the Prime Minister involved in corruption, right, and the people, right, who are subordinate to the Prime Minister, they feel the need that, of course, they can participate as well in the corruption. And that's clearly what it is. Now, let us get into the Dalrymple situation in terms of bringing this clip, and then we speak on this situation, right? As I said, you know, this defines the Prime Minister, who the Prime Minister is.
Make sure it's the right one because it's two of them. Okay.
Right? Let us.
You announced a by-election for South Trelawny. Can you say who will be your party's candidate for that division? I am hearing on the ground that it may, the constituency, sorry, that the former member of parliament, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, may be making a comeback. Can you say, if yes, why is she making a comeback after resigning? And also, why did you wait so long to announce a by-election for that constituency? And for Minister Williams, big post as finance minister, what will be your first priority? Thank you.
Yes, so by, put it this way, by popular demand of the constituency, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert will be the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate for Trelawny Southern. It's difficult to speak for Marissa as to why she resigned and then she's coming back. And I'm certain she will give an explanation. But my own view is that she really respected the perspectives of the public with whatever was accusations were laid in the public domain. And she thought it was the honorable thing to do. But I think that as she went through the constituency and people kept demanding that she return, and she does have quite a popular support in the constituency. So, you know, it's really the will of the people, and we will see the will of the people exercised in the by-election. In terms of why I waited, well, you know, the prerogative of
calling an election is given to the Prime Minister, and there are some rules around it. But in calling the elections, you know, the latitude that is given for a reason, which is to allow and always allow for the Prime Minister to protect the government that is formed. And in the discussions that are had, sometimes that is lost, that our system of government is designed for stability and continuity and, you know, of the government. And so the Prime Minister exercises that authority to ensure that the government that is formed can continue. And so you want to be sure that whenever you call an election, you're in a good position to win it. And that's just the reality. You want to be sure that you are in a position that your government can continue. That doesn't speak to any disenfranchisement of the democratic process. It is the nature of our democracy, which is why our democracy is stable. And when I'm saying our democracy, our system of democracy is the most stable type of democracy that there is, precisely because there is this allowance. Just to be clear, however, the people of Southern Trelawny were never deprived of any representational benefits that would accrue from having their member of parliament. Provisions were in place to ensure that whatever benefits that would come to constituents who are in need or whatever service they needed, that those services would continue.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me come in right here. First and foremost, let me say this. Every single word that came out of the mouth of the Prime Minister is garbage. Garbage. Now, in any modern democracy, as it relates to first world country and third world country, and I'm talking about within the Caribbean basin, where you have a member of parliament, where a criminal charge is pending, that person on an ethical basis, on a moral basis, you understand, have to stand out of the political process, right? Deal with the criminal matter, right? And when that's clear, well, that's fine. But you can't have someone where our case is ongoing, right? And then now you are going to bring that person back in the space, and then you are going to say, as a result of popular demand, by popular demand, that the constituency requests. So let me ask a question then, Prime Minister. And I want to ask G2K this question too, and Big Mama. So then if you have a member of parliament, for argument's sake, may charge for a felony, a serious indictable felony, right? And the constituency decided that, okay, by popular demand, they wanted that person. Are you saying that that person must still, knowing to the fact that that person have a felony, a serious felony, one can be such as a rape allegation, as serious as that felony, one can be, you know, involving number 3, and you are saying that it is okay if there is popular demand, if there is popular demand for that person, right? The person shouldn't sit out and deal with that particular issue. The Prime Minister cannot be saying this, right? So people, you have to understand why the Prime Minister at this point in time, as it relates to what the Prime Minister is doing, right? As it relates to the judiciary review, because this is the Prime Minister mentality, people. The Prime Minister mentality is to endorse wrongdoing, criminality, and corruption. So then that is the reason now why the Prime Minister believes that, okay, all right, he can utilize the judiciary reform to uproot Section 14, subsection 5 of the Corruption Act, as it relates to uproot the entire illicit enrichment mechanism. So what the Prime Minister is saying, taking out that, right, out of the law, it simply means that you cannot hold politicians accountable. So the Prime Minister, where you are going in the line of criminality. You are going in the line of corruption. Right? We know that you are corrupted. And so then, of course, we understand why the reason you don't want to put that in that space. We understand the reason why you've been doing all of these things. Warmington can say any distasteful thing to anyone. Now, when we talk about political representation and we have someone like, we have a despicable person like a Warmington, right, to represent the Jamaican people. It is disrespectful. It is totally despicable to have someone like that. And it goes further than that, you know, with us ordinary representation. You have someone like Warmington sit on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. How can you use somebody who is so despicable to ensure, you understand, that a system have discipline? It just doesn't make any sense with this government. People look in terms of what I am saying. I want our critical thinkers to think in terms of what I am saying. We know who is Warmington, and the Prime Minister is ready and willing to accept the behavior of Warmington by saying that people know how Warmington is colorful. No, you are to discipline Warmington. You are not to accept that Warmington is colorful, and it is okay to speak to the Jamaican people any and anyhow. It is not okay. The very same people who had elected you, and you are there as it relates to their representation, and you are disrespecting them, and the Prime Minister is endorsing that behavior. Right? It is wrong. It is morally wrong. It is unethically wrong. And any person who wants to defend it, you understand? Yes, he or she, right? And they are wrong. They are wrong. And the only person who would want to defend this is people who are just crooked and deceitful and have no good interest, you understand, for Jamaica moving forward in a positive way. Right? I will tell anyone that. Right? Now, just look on the situation with Warmington. Let us put up this clip to show you that this man behavior is so despicable. He disrespects anyone who he wants to disrespect. And the Prime Minister allowed this man to continue, right, to be disrespectful to the Jamaican people. To be disrespectful to the Jamaican people.
He said that a week in politics is a long time, but so is a day, as it was a case of trending Tuesday on March 5 for Jamaica's ruling political party, the Jamaica Labour Party. Number one, the now former Minister of Works, Edward Warmington, in a now viral interview with a reporter from television Jamaica TVJ, asserted that he was actually fired from the Andrew Holness-led cabinet, as opposed to previous reports that he resigned.
Were you fired or were you forced to resign?
I was fired. And number two, in another trending Tuesday topic, the former deputy mayor of Kingston, the JLP's Winston Ennis, was allegedly heard in a now viral recording that he would be leaving the Jamaica Labour Party, the JLP, because allegedly he said he felt tired of being disrespected. Now, what made this quite a big deal was that this move would break the 2020 tie between the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party for the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSAMC, following last week's local government election, which would then give outright control of the KSAMC to the PNP. But in an about turn on Wednesday morning, following reports of what was said to be a high-level JLP meeting on Tuesday night, Mr. Ennis seemingly had a change of heart and retracted his statement. So that was trending Tuesday's topic for Jamaica's political scene.
So, people, this is what I'm saying, right? When you have right, all these persons who believe that, of course, they can do anything that they want to do, right? Any behavior at will, right? Being disrespectful and disregarding to people, right? Because obviously, right, and they're aware that they don't have a leader who is going to hold them accountable. Because it's quite apparent that all of these persons who associated with the Andrew Holness-led administration, they know what Andrew Holness is doing. And as I said earlier, right, that Andrew Holness, you understand, being culpable, right, in many wrongdoing, right? And so then you can see that Andrew Holness is also pushing against the Constitution. We witness and we observe, right, as it relates to Andrew Holness take challenge the Constitution, right, and where he has put several cases through the judiciary. And guess what? Andrew Holness has not won one case in court. Has not won one case in court. So this speaks to his length and breadth, the length and breadth of his nature, of his criminal nature, his criminal behavior, right? It is not less than that. It injures its criminal behavior, right? Because the culture of which Andrew Holness springs from is of such. The persons who influence Andrew Holness, right? They are of such with one of those persons as Edward Seaga. And so then, of course, Edward Seaga can borrow $31 million. And of course, right, didn't remember to pay for it. And so then, of course, Dalrymple can follow the example of Edward Seaga. You understand? She didn't remember, right, that she has the BMW. She didn't remember that. So this is the behavior, right, coming down from God he knows when, right, the history of the politics where Seaga is concerned and as a source influence for Andrew Holness, right? We see some people that Andrew Holness surrounded himself with, right? Such as Hugh Croskery, you understand, and the SSL saga. So then, what sort of representation Jamaican people want? Having to see all of these behavior, right? I mean, you know, so disrespectful. So disrespectful. Have no respect for the common citizen. And they have demonstrated that they have no respect for the common citizen. And so then when you see likes like Bolt, right, can be assaulted by them, right? You can understand that that's their nature, right? That's their political nature. The criminal genes tie within them, within their base. Tie, right, in their chromosome, in their DNA. That's who they are. So now we want to show the difference between a Mark Golding leadership, right, and an Andrew Holness leadership. That Mark Golding, right, is a disciplinarian. And when I say disciplinarian, if you have a member of parliament who found himself a foul of the law, Mark Golding is going to discipline him, have him disciplined. And when we talk about discipline, we mean serious discipline. We don't mean that, okay, somebody like a Dalrymple or a Warmington, you understand, continue, you understand, to offend, and all the Prime Minister know is just dust them off a little, you understand, make them rest aside for a short period of time, and then have, you understand, the filth resurface back in the political process. Mark Golding is not like that. And let us show a perfect example to understand who Mark Golding is. Without any delay, honey, let us show this clip to show Jamaican people that Mark Golding stand out. You understand, as it relates to leadership, quality leadership that the country is so lacking. So I want you to look on this and listen to this, my people.
I want each of you to be an evangelist to take this out. What I'm about to say. I just left the leader's office at a meeting this morning with Comrade Leader. And he explained to me why he acted. He didn't have to explain to me because I am a student of politics and we all are. Yes. Don't it? Yes. And therefore understand that when certain things go wrong, yes, one has to be held accountable in the interest of the party, Jamaica, and the greater good. That greater good, I'm talking about the principles of what is right and what is wrong. What I said, although it was a section of a greater speech, yes, but that little snippet alone, yes, even when I saw it and hear it, I cringed. I don't feel like me talking. Right? As I said to the leader, he asked me if I had a little drinks before. And I said yes. And I did have a few drinks of vodka before. So in making a point about scammers must scam the government. Who is scamming them? The choppers. I went too far in making that point. And one thing you learn as adults, when you do something wrong, you hold yourself accountable. And I accept full responsibility for those words that came out of my mouth. I was trying to send a message to the choppers and say, don't allow choppers to chop on it. Right? Don't allow the government to exploit you. Because I saw a check. I saw a check for remember that's how the Fiscal started. Yes. A $400,000 check came to me that Friday. Yes. Right? In that person's name. Yes. And the person came to me to change it. Yes. And he told me that 25,000 of that check is his. Yes. Yes. And the rest must go back to the JLP campaign in the North Trelawny. And there were many checks like that. 1.5, 500, you know what. Right? We were operating a campaign that was awash with cash, corruptly spent to induce vote from the very same choppers. And therefore, I took a decision to address that issue. But I went around. I said some things that should not be said, more so out of my mouth. And we must take full responsibility. I told the leader that I understood his position, and in fact, I commend him for moving with alacrity to hold me accountable. Although I said to him, I'd rather have an opportunity to resign. I was prepared to resign his act. But he said he wanted us to move quickly, and therefore I slept late, and they were trying to reach me, and therefore he had us to move. And I commend him. I want to suggest that the People's National Party is a party of integrity and principles. Right. If I had said the same thing on the other side where I'm coming from, I would have gotten away with it. Sure. So, Comrade Leader acted the right way. Right. I'm disappointed, but I'm not bitter. Yes. I remain the chairman of this constituency. Wow. I remain on the ground. And who knows what come out of that. I say no more on that. But I'm going nowhere. And the Levy who thinks that this video can get rid of me, I remain here.
Take that away, right? And I am going to say this because I have to applaud Dennis Meadows, right? For firstly, right, own up to what he had done and admitted that what he had said was wrong. So, Dennis Meadows, if you are listening to me, right? I am applauding you for that, right? Because it really takes a gentleman, right, to come out and say, I am wrong, right? And I am going to stand to my to the consequence. So I applaud Dennis Meadows for that. But Dennis Meadows said something that is very important, right? And remember that Dennis Meadows had spoken this situation before the Prime Minister make a move in recycling, right? Dalrymple back into Trelawny. Remember that Dennis Meadows spoke prior to the Prime Minister recycle Dalrymple back into Trelawny. And what Dennis Meadows said? Dennis Meadows said that if he was on the other side of the aisle, right, he would have gotten away with it. Right? That is what Dennis Meadows said. Dennis Meadows said, in spite of his behavior, in spite of what he said, right, which is ultimately wrong, Dennis Meadows said that if he was on the other side, he would have gotten away with it. And remember that Dennis Meadows was amongst them, right? Dennis Meadows was amongst them. So Dennis Meadows knows them very well. And Dennis Meadows is saying to you, you understand that the level of corruption that over on the Jamaica Labour Party side is very thick. That is what Dennis Meadows is actually saying. So I want Jamaica, right, to take notes. Jamaicans, take notes of what is going on. The level of disrespect, because there is no form of representation, right, that Andrew Holness, you understand, is delivering to the people. I want to take the opportunity in terms of big up Bolo in the chat with us. And people, remember, you know, to go over and endorse Bolo, right? Sub up to Bolo. You understand? Because Bolo is doing an excellent job. You understand? Don't hesitate, people, right? Let me just take this call and then we get back. All right. Yes, caller. You're on air. Go ahead.
Good night, sir.
Yes, good night, sir. Yes, I'm hearing you. We are hearing you.
Mr. Bustamante days.
Okay.
When in the early 1950s.
Yes.
But Mr. Bustamante and Michael Matthews used to keep beating in St. John's Road.
Yes.
As a little boy, I used to go with my mother. One over the side of the road and one over the other side. But when my real example is that Michael, that Monday was a premier. Before that, he was a premier, and Mr. Bustamante was a campaign with the workers, them said like union delegate. And remember the British arrest Bustamante and lock him up. And when he come back out, and she share a party between Mr. Man, my man is doing the same party, you know. And he step out now and make a party for himself. And the official name, to me, it was an official name and give the party, so he never come with a clean at the people. His party name, British Jamaica Labour Party. When the British Labour government is our slave master. And if you want to repay a normal people, you can't bring me back to the British. I'm saying bring back that same way. That the man, you know, it was compensating himself and the man. I'm going to make the people federation. That means the whole Caribbean unite. And with that, as a little boy, I still understand me say, well, then that sounds like a federation. I'm saying, go unite, Bustamante, Bustamante. And when he come back out, I'm in one party now, and the peace party, the name to make a Labour Party.
All right.
So that's him win the election. When the election called, independent, win independent. So from here, so don't you overthrow the black people, because the people have just signed to him, that delegate, and I block money for them to the foreign British, so the people believe that him were a man, they got between independent and the federation. because it's independent was a good thing because it sound good. But he
Okay.
never still go have a sound. And so Mr. Buster man to betray us as a black people to be right here. So
Okay.
Buster man lose the election, so he betrayed him man. He never said no time. He did it blind. So him not step down and Mr. Sangster take up. Mr. Sangster now, I don't know, so me understand, we understand, so Mr. Sangster, him sleepwalk on top of upstairs and him dead.
Okay.
I never believe that. To my sense now, when he says that suicide and kill him, that man probably what the English people they want.
Okay.
I mean, more better to make people, so then give Mr. Shera.
All right.
Mr. Shera over.
All right. Yeah, I want to say thanks for the what you're sharing, but we have a time on the program, so we have to sort of put it short, right? But okay. I want to say very thanks in terms of what you're sharing. All right. Yes. All right.
This man, see him here, Mr. Siaga, come before, and this just make war away, and no delay of part, no good way.
All right. And that is so true. Well, all right. Thank you for the contribution, because we are on a time, right? Thank you very much for the contribution. Well said. All right. Now, people, I am going to show evidence here of, the Prime Minister behavior, particularly what we have seen now at recent, that the Prime Minister going around and promising a lot of stuff, right? I am going to show you one of the items that the Prime Minister had promised, right, shortly in the 2022 to 2023 budget and had not yet delivered. So I'm going to show evidence that people don't pay attention in terms of all the promises that the Prime Minister Andrew Holness, you understand, coming out with. Remember, that all the promises that he made in his first 100 days, not one being delivered. So let me show you now another item, and this is very critical. This is very critical, and I want people to understand that when you look on the Andrew Holness-led administration and the amount of money that they borrowed from the IMF and the World Bank, you understand the people are now facing the austerity measures. And Jamaica, because inflation is going to increase. Let me say this to you from now. So I am going to show you, right, one of the items, the critical items that was to fix, where the Prime Minister even went further to say he had allocated the money. He has the money, and now, right, that cannot be fulfilled. And remember, people, Nigel Clark had departed, and remember that Nigel Clark had not addressed the budget shortfall. So we need to bear that in mind, because so much things that they are promising, right, they cannot deliver. Now look at this, people. Let me just take the Jamaican people through the evidence to show that, listen to me, don't pay Andrew Holness any mind. Right? Right as we speak, I am surprised that he has not yet promised that Jupiter is going to come to Jamaica at the rate he's going. Right? So don't pay him any mind in terms of him promising and him this and that and Trelawny, Oasis, you understand, Portmore, this and blah, blah, blah. You understand? The project that he's talking about in Portland, right? Those are projects that being assisted by PSOJ and so forth and so forth. So we understand that. But the other rest of things that the Prime Minister is promising, they are not going to be delivered. And I'm going to show the evidence. Evidence number one, let us go into this. Now, Jamaica Observer. So we are going to use the Prime Minister chosen platform, because in claims of the Gleaner, you understand, no good. So we are going to use the Jamaica Observer that the Prime Minister, you understand, like. So let us use his own medium and show you something. Let us point out the evidence here. Yes. Okay. So let us point out the evidence here. And I'm going to show, because people are suffering under Andrew Honest. You understand? And the boundless promises that he's not going to deliver. People, let me show you the date, you know. All right, so this came out November 1st, 2024.
February 19, 2020.
Yeah, no, I'm saying when it came out.
Today is today's date.
Okay.
February 19.
All right. So more for bridges in new fiscal year built here, but Phillips want Troy Bridge prioritized, and people look on the date. February 19, 2023. Remember, I know. Remember the date, people. February 19, 2023. So make a read on. Now, the Trelawny, with the government proposing to spend an estimated 1.3 billion on bridge repair and maintenance in the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Remember, you know? And remember, the 2024 soon completed, no people. We are now in November. So let me remind the people, we are now in November. And here what the Prime Minister said here, proposing to spend an estimated 1.3 billion on bridge repair and maintenance in the 2023 and 2024 fiscal year. Member of Parliament for Manchester Northern Western Michael Phillips has reiterated the need for a bridge here to be replaced urgently. Since the Troy Bridge collapsed in August 2021, the bridge collapsed in the people. School children and other residents have been using makeshift methods, including a falling tree and a zip line comprising a rope and bucket to cross the river. The risky makeshift footbridge connects residents in the neighboring communities of Cowick Park in northwestern Manchester to Troy in southern Trelawny. Since the bridge collapsed, residents have had to use a 15-mile alternative commute for safety. Phillips told the Jamaica Observer last week, following the tabling of the estimate of expenditure in the House of Representatives, that he hopes the bridge replacement will be treated as an emergency. Now, here now, in court, it is an urgent matter. Just imagine how urgent other matters are. And yes, it will come down to cash flow. But if you look at the upcoming financial year's budget, you will see that normally it is 70 million that is put in there for bridge repairs and maintenance. It is over 1.2 billion that is in the budget this coming fiscal year for bridge maintenance. He said, take that away. Take that away. Now, people, I'm going to show you, right, how vicious the Prime Minister is. How vicious. And how deceitful also Nigel Clark is. How deceitful Nigel Clark is. And I want you to understand, you understand capitalism. When we speak about capitalism, you know, I don't want people to get me wrong, you know, because we know that capitalism is the market as it relates to supply and demand. You understand? And the entrepreneurship that work through, you understand, capitalism. So when you hear me talking about capitalism, what I am actually speaking about is crony capitalism through the process of nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. So I want people to particularly understand that I am not hitting capitalism, the general market. No, because it's the market. So I'm not hitting capitalism. What we are hitting whenever I'm talking about capitalism, we are hitting crony capitalism. We have that small interest group, you understand, who align with the government, right? Dealing with nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. So anytime you hear Mystic Sensation speak of capitalism, you understand, for people who are following me, they will quite understand that what Mystic Sensation is addressing is crony capitalism. So let me set that clear. Now, watch this, people now. Let me give you a better pronouncement as what the Prime Minister said. Because remember, you know, I know the tribe bridge not fixing. I know the tribe bridge not fix. Them carry off a little anti-punk if you treat the people them. Then carry one tractor up there and then make sure say the tractor turn over. And for the tractor turn over, that's it. Right? And then carry one long one long piece of iron, and that's it. You understand? To trick the people them, and this is the way how the government behaving. People, let me tell you something, you know. Jamaica is broke. Jamaica is broke. Most of the monies that this particular government had gotten gone into their pockets. Yes, gone into their pockets as it relates to crony capitalism. They get friend to do contracts, them friend overcharge, them collect this and collect that. You understand? And some contract where you hear gone up in the billions of dollars. The billions of dollars. Now, let me use one example, you know, to show you what I am saying is 100% true. Right? Look on the mayor. Since we won the local government election, people, I'm going to talk. Since we won the local government election, right? What's the mayor is doing? The mayor had done, right, successful work, you understand, and none of it cost billions of dollars. What me actually had done? People make a talk. We won the local government election, right? As it relates to Mayor Swaby. Right? Remember before Mayor Swaby took over, you know. Remember, say no fixing. You have excretion running downtown, raw sewage running downtown, and the people have to sip up that. That is how the Jamaica Labour Party representing people. Because the money what they're supposed to spend, right, in the constituency, gone in their pocket, them and their friend pocket. Project to be fixed, and majority of the money gone. We must spend on healthcare. Right? And we know for sure the several factors that affecting healthcare. So when we look and we saw what Mayor Swaby had done with the little amount that he had, the little amount that Mayor Swaby had, and so much that being accomplished, it's unbelievable. And when you look on the GLP, right, and the truth be told, that the Jamaica GLP administration had spent billions of dollars. Billions spent, you understand, as it relates to national security. Billions spent as it relates to health care. Billions spent all over the place. For what? And people cannot see where the billions spent. And Mayor Swaby spent a little, nothing reached $1 billion. And we see the progress from the little, the minute expenditure. Then how could Mayor Swaby achieve this? Let us ask the question. Is it that Mayor Swaby had worked miracle? Or is it that, as what I define as it relates to the section of capitalism, crony capitalism is where the money is going? Later on in the program, we are going to touch back that Willie Lynch letter, and we're going to teach some people some stuff because I'm in a teaching mode tonight. And so then when we look and the billions of dollars being spent, and we hardly can see it, it's a travesty as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. A travesty as it relates to this administration. And the little example that Mayor Swaby had said, Mayor Swaby, anywhere you're there, big up yourself. Big up yourself. And Mayor Swaby, before you take over, you had made the promises, and Mayor Swaby, you had delivered on all of your promises. Unlike you know who, unlike you know who had delivered on his first 100 days all what he had promised. And how many years after? How many years after? Nothing being delivered. Nothing being delivered. And now, these are the same people, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, coming to seek third term and talking about they have a steady on the economy. Steady on the economy. Nigel Clark know why he take away himself from the steady on. Nigel Clark know why he take away himself from the steady on. Right? A budget shortfall that has not yet been fixed. And Nigel Clark look into the pipeline and see other things coming down. So me not blame Nigel Clark. What you mean? Take away myself. What the artist say about the music again? Dance and plan, take for yourself. so Nigel Clark follow the music, right? Nigel Clark listen to Vegas, yeah, and take for himself, right? Because Nigel Clark know what to come in, right? And some of them we are going to speak about. No, so let us get into program for tribal to show you and let me tell Jamaican people this, particularly you understand in Trelawny, right? Under the Jamaican Labour Party administration, sorry to tell you, right, you are not going to get the bridge, right? Not now. Not now. You understand? And the way how might be that bridge is going to fix is under the People's National Party administration. Only trust me, people. Remember me telling you. Now, look here, people. See here, see the evidence, I know. So I'm not telling any lie. To show you how this man is wicked and lie. You understand? With the series of promises that he's coming out with now. People see the evidence here. This is JIS, you know. This is the Jamaica Information Center Service, sorry. So the Prime Minister can't come say, mystic sensation. They deal with misinformation and disinformation. So let us read from the Jamaica Information Service, right? The Prime Minister own entity. Now, here what look at this paper. $80 million program for Troy Bridge in Trelawny. This is February 28, you know. 2024, you know, people. See there, you know, I'm not telling no lie for the Prime Minister, you know. After February 28, this 2024, you know. And the Prime Minister said $8 million program for a Troy Bridge in Trelawny. Right? Now, I could go on. The government is suspend. I always talk about the futuristic reference what the Prime Minister always making a money in campaign, you know. The Prime Minister cannot say at any given time that we have done this. What the Prime Minister always speak about when Malcolm William Lyad promise is too futuristically speaking. So you must understand the terminology, you know. When the Prime Minister speaking in the future tense. So, you understand? And you don't know. As it relates to the 100 days promise, none of them not deliver because them still in the future tense. So the Prime Minister still speaking in the future tense. Let me go back and read it and make you understand. So the Prime Minister speak in the future tense. The government is to spend $80 million on Troy Bridge in Trelawny in the upcoming fiscal year. Details of the undertaking are contained in the 2024-2025 estimate of expenditure. I could stop right there, so. People, the previous document that you shown, you know, it was in the 2023-2024 budget, you know. See it now, it's shift now to show you how the Prime Minister is a goddamn old dirty con artist. Now the Prime Minister now they said 2024-2025. You know what? Make it go back. Put up the next document. Make it show the Prime Minister. This what the Prime Minister do, if you remember what the Prime Minister said for one campaign, you know. You understand? Say him grew up in a 1-bedroom house. And then for the next campaign, him grew up in a 2-bedroom house. Now come back now. On the first document, let me show you now. The Prime Minister said him have it locked in the 2023-2024 budget expenditure now. No, look what we are reading now. Here it is. Details of the undertaking are contained in the 2024-2025 estimate of expenditure table in the House represented by Finance Dr. The Honorable Nigel Clark. There's nothing honorable about the people. Take that document away. You understand what I'm saying? Me only show Jamaican people the trickery. You understand? Okay, yes, Paul, I'm already called. Just imagine the previous document that I show. The Prime Minister have it locked for the tri-bridge. Have it locked in Parliament. It was the 2023 to 2024 budget. And still the tri-bridge, still not fixed it. And now, on the JIS document that we shown a while ago, it's shift now to the 2024-2025 budget. Papa Jesus. Yes, big up yourself, Daddy Bolo. What's going on, my bro? Blessing Bolo. Aye.
As an investigator,
Yes.
As a concerned citizen, would I love to know the detailed amount of money that has been unaccounted for under this administration.
Okay.
Documentation. I want to know all our ministry them would I like to do a show up on that.
All right. Yes.
Do a show up on that, General.
Okay. And I am going to.
And you touched on a point a while ago. I said the man I think earlier today. This man has become the poster boy of promises.
Exactly.
You understand?
Exactly, boy.
Just give us a little bit more time. We set the thing in place and then just suck it up. You good enough?
Yes.
So good. Me is a man, if me not say things, me get mad. I say, brother, you tell me this, You tell me so me I get my money Thursday. Right now, Thursday gone 5 years ago, I'm still get my money. You can't tell me nothing again, brother.
Exactly.
It's like 100 days where you tell me say I gotta do this. That alone for disqualifying for every any well-thinking person must understand when somebody show you who them is, believe them. Our man for do that. I tell you what I'm gonna do in 100 days, and he hasn't given you one thing out of it. And then you have to ask yourself a question. Was any of those things tangible? Could he have done it in 100 days? Could he have done it in 1,000 days? Why am I still not doing it? You must understand the nature of the person we are dealing with people.
Definitely.
But you got yourself, Misty.
Bless up yourself, Bolo. And people, remember, now ask to know. You understand? Just step over Bolo, right, and endorse Bolo. You understand? Because Bolo likes to break down the things, and he do it, quite skillfully. And I love his program. Love his program. I don't stop follow Bolo program. So people, just go over there, endorse it, show him some love. You understand? Because Bolo is one of us. So as Bolo just said, and which Bolo is right. Now, for what we know as it relates to Pamela Monroe, right? Now, Pamela Monroe stated that there's a total of $1.7 trillion unaccounted for, right? And that happened as it relates to between three ministries, right? Which is the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and no doubt there, the Office of the Prime Minister. $1.7 trillion. But as what Bolo said, you understand, I'm going to come back and do a deep dive, you understand, with that, right? So again, big up yourself, Bolo, and as I said, people, just show Bolo some love, right? Now, so this is the thing that we are talking about, right? And the thing is just unbelievable in terms of how, you understand, the Prime Minister continues, right, to be conniving, continue to be deceiving, as if that there's an absence of social media. Social media, the medium that, you understand, are the mechanism, you understand, can deal with checks and balance. So the Prime Minister, I think, to me, right, seems like the Prime Minister is just haywire, right? And so then the Prime Minister coming back with the dinosaurial politics, You understand, the usual promises and not deliver. That is what the Prime Minister cultured on. So people must understand. Remember, you know, that the Prime Minister promised as it relates to JPS. You understand? That is going to bring in the big companies. Remember the Prime Minister, what the Prime Minister said, you know, he will be bringing in the big companies. And so then the rate of electricity, you understand, will reduce. And guess what, people? It gone up more and more and more and more and more. Right? And you tell me, these are some of the reasons why the Prime Minister imploded in the poll. Right? For those who are following the Prime Minister, right, and continue to be naive, I think it passed beyond naivety. I think the situation gone so chronic that you have these people with their myopic view just cannot see beyond the green. So then, when I'm on the program, you know, I am not trying to reach those people, you know. So let me tell them straight. You understand? Let me tell them straight. When I am here, those people with the myopic view, not the pyramid view, right? Call the word for me. Panoramic view, right? Sometimes my tongue is a tell them so, right? I am not trying, you understand, to reach, you understand, those people with the myopic view, right? You have to broaden your lenses. You must have the ability to deduce things. You must say, wait there. The Prime Minister promised this in the 2023-2024 budget. You understand, and say he would deliver. You understand, and say he allocated the money already. Then when the Prime Minister come back just now when I talk about 2024-2025. Because what I'm telling the people, that the amount of money that the Prime Minister had borrowed from IMF, you understand, these are one of the austerity measures that the Prime Minister cannot use none of those funds, you understand, to fix bridges. That is one of the policies of the IMF. He can't use it. Right? So people need to understand when the Prime Minister talk about fiscal discipline, right? The Prime Minister don't know the definition of fiscal discipline. What is fiscal discipline? Let us ask them, let us argue, people. What is fiscal discipline? And I want you to research it. Right? Because based on the Prime Minister performance and Nigel Clark performance, is Andrew Holness reducing, as it relates to borrowing, reducing the habit of borrowing? No, Andrew Holness is not reducing the habit of borrowing. Andrew Holness is borrowing more and more and more. That is not fiscal discipline. Right? And fiscal discipline is how you're reducing your borrowing, you understand, and make sure that you are dealing with innovation, you understand, to produce more. The more you produce, we are on a system that the IMF tied us on. We are on a system where the IMF tied us on, that it seems like as long as we live, we are going to be indebted to IMF. So people never understand the significance, you know. When PJ Patterson paid off the IMF and said, Tata IMF, and where the Bruce Golden-led administration brought us back into IMF. And yet when you hear the Prime Minister get up in a parliament, him and Nigel Clark, you know, and them stand up, them talk that they are the best performance over 24 years. Now you tell me, people, if this is not thick. Right? Even when the truth staring these people in their eyes, these people want what we call alternative truth. For us to believe the lies. So you are so confused that the lies appears to be truth and the truthfulness appears to be lie. That is where the Prime Minister is taking the country, confusing the country. Because, remember, you know, any lending agencies, right, that lending a country money like the IMF, the World Bank, and you name it, the BRI, which is the Belt and Road Initiative, that is the Chinese program. When the government is corrupt, they smile. people must understand, you know, each time we talk, no want people to understand. When the country is corrupt, IMF, the World Bank, BRI, they smile. Let me ask, why do they smile, Byron? Why do they smile? Let me answer rhetorically now. They smile because you have difficulty. If your government is corrupt, they have difficulty in paying back the loan. So people, let me suggest something to you. Our national debt, right? The totality of debt as it relates to money from the BRI, money from the World Bank, money from the IMF, the total debt is $2.3 trillion. I'm going to explain this to people. But when you look on our debt as $2.3 trillion, what Pamela Monroe is saying, that $1.7 trillion is unaccounted for. So let us use some hypothetical scenarios. Now, if we have a government, right, that stays clear from corruption, and where we could have accounted now for the $1.7 trillion spent, many of that gone into pockets, we know. Then we'll be able, right, to pay down our debt as opposed to service our debt. So I want people to understand the economics, you know, and the politics, right? So then let's consider, people, that if we have $1.7 trillion that unaccounted for, what if we had accounted for the $1.7 trillion? Then we wouldn't be just servicing our debt. We would be actually now paying down our debt. Now, the evidence that we are only servicing our debt. Now, that's why I said I'm in a very teaching mood tonight. Now, remember now that when Nigel Clark took over office, what was the debt? Right? What was the debt total, the total debt Nigel Clark started with? Let me remind the people. When Nigel Clark took over in 2018, right? The debt was $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Now, we have Nigel Clark took over from 2018 until now, and Nigel Clark tenure has not reduced that debt. That debt had now escalated to $2.3 trillion. So by my simple mathematics, what happened to that? An additional $600 billion added to the debt. And so then that is one of the reasons why we have seen the level of inflation. So the Prime Minister being disingenuous, coming out, trying to compare Portia Simpson time, right, as it relates to, you know, the pay that, you know, they had raised during Portia Simpson time as opposed to his time, right? Now, when you look in Portia Simpson time, right, as it relates to $5,000, right, which was the limit where you can pay a worker, right? The inflation wasn't that high now, right? But you ask yourself the question, what that $5,000 could have purchased during Portia Simpson time? We're talking about 2000, right? 2016, right? What that $5,000 right, could have purchased. But the Prime Minister is not telling Jamaica that during Portia Simpson time, 2016, as it relates to the $5,000, right? The $5,000 carry more purchasing power. The Prime Minister is not speaking about purchasing power. The Prime Minister is so devious, so disingenuous, right? Trying to compare, you understand, the actual raise that he had given to $15,000. But the Prime Minister is not measuring the impact of the inflation. You understand? As it relates to the impact of the inflation, as it relates to this current time, and the impact of the inflation during Portia Simpson time. And so then when you measure that, as it relates to the impact of the inflation during Portia Simpson time, you'd now realize that the $5,000 in Portia Simpson time in 2016 carry more what we call purchasing power. You could now buy more things than now. So then if you pay, you get $15,000 for minimum wage. Right? I just remember the terminology. Right? So then when you compare a 2016 to show you how disingenuous Nigel Clark, when Nigel Clark get up in Parliament and we had raised the minimum wage to $15,000. Nigel Clark, anyway, you know Nigel Clark, I ain't hear me talking. You must have wondered where me come from. And God send me come to talk to my people then. And all them parliamentarians. So when you get up in a parliament, and that's why I say I want to talk to Ralston Hyman, you know, I should have Ralston Hyman on the program. So Mr. Ralston Hyman can talk to them in terms of what I'm saying.
Somebody tag him for us so you can reach
right?
out to us.
So then, when you talk about minimum wage, and you said it is the first in history, and your brags and your boast, and you talk about $15,000 being given to minimum wage. No, that is not the question, Nigel. Andrew Holness, that is not the question. The question that needs to be asked, if the $15,000 that you are giving now equate to the same purchasing power as it was in 2016. No. No. So then your $15,000 that you are giving and you are bragging about is a breeze. People are suffering. That $15,000, for example, in a layman term, I want people to understand. Might be that $15,000 now can only buy 3 items. We are in 2016. That $5,000, you understand, within that purchasing power and within that space, could buy about 10 pieces of items. How much the $15,000 can buy now? So Nigel Clark, me glad say you're going on IMF, you know. You understand what I say? Because guess what? You can fool the people and sometime. Not all the while you can fool the people. So when you look at the rate of inflation now, and now that our dollar is sliding, now BOJ have to spend $93 million to catch up the dollar because the dollar is a rock out. You understand? All of a sudden, the dollar turn harmony for bury a man in a rock away. All of a sudden, the Jamaican dollar turn harmony. You understand? For bury a man in a rock away. The dollar does a rock away, sir. Does a rock away, sir. You understand? And yet, Nigel Clark is so superb. He's the shining hammer after the man destroyed the goddamn economy. After they destroy the economy with them level of criminality from SSL, you name it. And people, let me warn you. Let me warn you. Because I'm telling you, right, that PID allowed to investigate, right, what we hearing from now, Andrew Holness prepare, because me know say worse left to come. So let us look. We still up on the bridge here. You understand? Let us play this clip. Let us play this clip. You're still on the bridge, huh? Because it is so important that the people that caught up between Manchester and Trelawny, they are suffering. From 2021, our Jamaican people that caught up between Manchester and Trelawny are suffering. Right? Listen to the Prime Minister. You listen to the Prime Minister.
Tortuous and lengthy process to repair the Troy Bridge makes the case for the urgent need for review and reform. The bridge collapsed in August 2021 during the passage of Tropical Storm Grace. The bridge, which was built in 1869, served residents of Trelawny, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth, including students of the nearby Troy High and Troy Primary School. The bridge represents critical infrastructure for the residents, and there is unanimity that the bridge must be replaced. Under the current public investment management guidelines, however, the project is required to go through a full public investment appraisal process. This is even before we get to procurement. This has resulted in significant delays in implementations. However, today, I can finally announce that a contract has been awarded and work will begin early in this first quarter of the coming financial year.
People, when you hear that, what the Prime Minister said? Today, he can proudly announce that a contract has been awarded. And so then you should look for work coming in the first financial year. Think of what I'm saying, people. And you will listen to me. Think of what I am saying. And see the people. That financial year almost on completion and nothing done to the Troy Bridge. They only wanted to see the evidence. And on mystic sensation, they said, listen, I brought forward the clip. I played it for you to see. So then, if you want to make the Prime Minister sponge out your brain, because it seems like someone wants to sup up, don't want to hear the Prime Minister say, hey, and just sup it and absorb it and believe it. You understand? And so then the level of naivety is on full display. And so then I want for you to understand who you are dealing with. You are dealing with a pathological liar. Andrew Holness is pathologically mendacious. Can't believe a word what him say. Or Nigel Clark. Because Nigel Clark is defender. And they will defend him. Because they are defending the party. They are not defending the Jamaican people. Now you imagine that if you and I live in that area and the main bridge, and that bridge is our main course of transportation, main route, right? We have been suffering. Just put yourself, right? Just empathize with the situation. Empathize with the situation and see if now you can sympathize with the people in on the Manchester and Trelawny line. So when you put yourself in the people's shoes, you can feel what the people are feeling. So you know how to sympathize with the situation. Right? You've been there. And from 2021, all you have been getting, right, is lies, promising, deceit. The Troy Bridge is still there, asking for Andrew Holness, right, to fix the situation. And as we speak today, that situation has not been fixed. Here are some of the complaints that the community, right, is experiencing. Without any delay on it, can you play this? I said I'm in a teaching mood tonight, and I'm going to make sure I teach tonight.
Look like I don't have that one. Oh. Okay.
Judgment to go on before them can do something, cause like them love excitement. Come with that, me can say, cause right now, it's very dangerous. Right now, so it's named Courage Park Bridge again, you know. It's named Death Valley.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Warmington.
Yes.
Yes, sir. William's calling back from the Observer.
Hello?
Yes, sir. William's calling back from the Jamaica Observer and Mandeville. You were driving this morning.
I'm sorry to them driving again. Is that the only bridge in Jamaica that needs replaced for the repair?
No, it is not. But I just want to get an update.
Is that the only bridge in Jamaica that needs repair or replacement? You called me about the bridge?
I'm just seeking an update on the matter, Mr. Warmington.
I don't need to give you no update at all. I'm asking if that is the only bridge in Jamaica that needs replacement or repair. That's not the only one.
A lot of them have to be going to other schools, further down in Cowick Park or further down in Balaclava, and so additional stress on the parents to find money to send them. And a lot of them live close by the bridge here that they can just come down to the school, but they can't because of the water that is there, and it's getting worse.
I can tell you that I confirm the minister in charge, Mr. Clifford Warmington, and I have received copies of the design for the new bridge, which has been completed, and they are now doing a costing of the bridge.
Regarding the Troy Bridge, and I'm following it. I've been briefed that the designs are complete. My understanding is that they're about to go to procurement soon. So, you know, it's not a situation of which we are proud. And I must, I mean, I saw your outburst. I saw the representation made by our speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that the government of Jamaica takes these situations very seriously. And it is not our intention for the people to believe that their plight is not considered as serious. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be personally visiting Troy. I will make the arrangements. And we have been moving to fast track the arrangement.
And Mark Golding is joining Northwest Manchester Member of Parliament, Michael Phillips, in demanding the government fix the Hectors River Bridge in Troy, Manchester. Phillips, who is also the opposition's works spokesman, maintains the absence of the bridge poses a risk for residents. Both men toured the community on Wednesday. Here's Celine Campbell with more.
This zipline-looking contraption is not for leisure. It's a necessity. The centuries-old Hectors River Bridge in Troy, Manchester, collapsed during Tropical Storm Grace in 2021 that forced residents to improvise. The structure was a literal and figurative bridge between Manchester and Trelawny. Residents cross over daily because they must, grateful each time there's no mishap.
Then one bridge, you never hang up on it, man. I nearly join, man. A lucky thing in hold it, man, for our next man comes and join, but that's not dead, brother. So a whole lot of people nearly lose their life there. You understand me, I say? So we want a bridge, we want a bridge. We want a bridge, and we are telling the Prime Minister, say we want a bridge, brother.
Over a year ago, the government said it would replace the bridge during the 2022-2023 fiscal year that ended in March. Because it was not done, People's National Party President Mark Golding went to see it for himself.
And apparently it's now at the stage where they're still trying to decide whether or not it's an emergency situation. Wow. But, you know, it clearly is something which needs to be addressed very quickly, because this is a vital route for the people living here in Northwest on the border with South Trelawny, is it? Yeah, South Trelawny. So this can't wait any longer.
Northwest Manchester MP Michael Phillips says his campaign for a new bridge is legitimate as the makeshift structure is a clear and present danger.
The people of Manchester and Trelawny are actually suffering because of the lack of a bridge here.
The MP is not convinced there is any urgency to fix the bridge, even though the alternative is seen as a death trap.
Children have fell in the river. There was a father who jumped in the river, not even knowing what was underneath there, to try and save his own child. And the frustration is that it's something that should be an emergency, should not have taken 2 years. If it is that they're trying to victimize me, then that is another case. But don't victimize the people at the same time when you're trying to victimize me because I'm not a member of the government. And right now, after 2 years, that is what it's feeling like, victimization.
The PNP president brushed aside the suggestion that Phillips should have resorted to other means to replace the bridge.
It is squarely the government's responsibility, like any other major piece of infrastructure is, to address. And there's plenty of precedent for the repair or replacement of bridges that have been damaged or destroyed, and by the government of the day. And this is why we're continuing to call for it.
A new bridge would reportedly cost $160 to $180 million. National Works Agency's Communications and Customer Services Manager Stephen Shaw told CVM News the design was completed. It is now with the Ministry of Finance's Public Investment Assessment Branch, which means it's not yet an approved project. Celine Campbell for CVM News.
Okay, so people, I want you to hear that, I want you to hear that, right? Now, as according to Michael Phillips, right, seems to say that politics is playing out in that, and that is one of the reasons why it's also being prevented from being fixed. But whatever the situation is, it is affecting those people in that area, and the people need the support, need the bridge. And as we speak, people, right, the people, right, still have no bridge after that bridge collapse from 2021. It's really serious. Now, people, we are going to get into the art of some issues here. And before I play these 4 clips, I want to speak to you a bit. And we are going to make you understand as it relates to, remember, we had spoken about crony capitalism. And I think you understand, what I mean about crony capitalism as it relates to, you have players, right, within the system that aligns with the government. You understand where nepotism and cronyism, right, is the order of the day, and skullduggery. Now, so I am not eating capitalism, which is the general market as it relates to supply, demand, and entrepreneur working in that space. So that I am not hitting that. All right? Now, let me explain this now, where I'm going. Now, remember we spoke earlier, right, about the IMF, the World Bank, right, and the BRI, which is the Belt and Road Initiative, right, as it relates to China, the Chinese program in terms of lending money, right, to countries that, require such loan. Now, I said earlier that when you have corrupted government, these lending agencies benefit in the instances because the difficulty in that country paying back the loan, struggle. And so then a particular lending agency has now the ability to dictate, right? And in some instances like China might say, okay, all right, I want that area, right, and that area. And so then the government, will hand over, you understand, as it relates to ease the burden, right, of the debt, right? in instances you see that China, right, is managing our war, right? Now, that is a dangerous trend. That's a very dangerous trend. When you have a situation where you have external entity managing your ports, that can't look good. People, come on, that cannot look good. So then you have to understand the principle, right, of the whole ideology as it relates to these advanced countries who are offering loans to small countries. Because at the end of the day, in terms of, right, the deal has to appease them. And so then they are going to always come out positive at the end of the deal. So it is very important where a country, right, as it relates to the government, has to make sure, say, if you borrow money, right, you use that money wisely. Because you have countries that borrow money, right, and use it wisely, right, and better off. So it can be done, right? So we are not hitting that, but we are just speaking on before I introduce a clip. So the clip that I'm going to play, I want you to listen keenly, and you will understand everything what I am saying, right? Because as it relates to the economic structure, it is not designed, right, to so much, right, help underdeveloped country. It is designed to help the lenders themselves as it relates to making more profit. So it also geared as it relates to being profit driven, and at the end of the day, they are at the advantage. And that is one of the reasons why this clip is important in terms of what I am going to play. And I want people to just really listen to this, because this is important. This is affecting us as we speak. So without any delay, 6 ways to best.
We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished.
This is Professor Dr. Howard Nicholas, a Sri Lankan economist and social scientist. In the year 2015, Dr. Nicholas gave a presentation at the International Institute of Social Studies, ISS, of Erasmus University of Rotterdam, where he is also a senior lecturer in economics. Here, he's explaining why and how the Western Europeans do everything in their power to impoverish Africa and forever keep them poor. Starting with the why. The main reason why majority of developing countries, and Africa, specifically the Sub-Saharan Africa region, have always been a target for the West condemnation is for the raw material production. In his words, Dr. Howard says, the Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of advanced countries, therefore has to be kept poor.
Africa, historically, Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay, and Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep Sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else.
And since colonization, there has always been plans to stop Africa from aggressively industrializing. These are the 6 economic structures put in place that keep Africa poor. Hi, call me Louis. This is my spot.
Hold up. If you're going to be selling your home in or around Edmonton, do not make this one.
Louis spot. 1. Foreign aid. Here's where money and weapons is given to keep Africa repressive regime systems in power.
Okay, we give them aid. Aid for what? Actually, we give them aid to keep repressive regimes in power. That's all. Okay, we're not giving them aid for much more except a little bit of infrastructure to make sure those raw materials get to the ports and aren't gotten out of the ground. But for the most part, we give repressive regimes money and power and guns to keep that system going. This is what it's fundamentally about. All the hypocrisy about transparency and democracy and bullshit like that, it's all bullshit. You know? And at least the Chinese don't enter into that bullshit. They say, we don't care about the whole political environment, we just give the money. Okay? And it's for raw material extraction, period.
Debts and foreign loans. Here money is lent to raw material producing countries to gain control of them with debt streams. Economic hitmen will also be sent to execute those leaders who refuse to accept the loans.
I was telling some of my students today, was it today or yesterday, about Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Do you remember this? Have any of you heard of this one? Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a book written by John Perkins, who used to work for a very nebulous, opaque bank. No one had ever heard of this bank, but it was formed in the 1950s by the IMF, the CIA, and the American State Department. And it had only one job: to lend money to developing countries that were raw material producers in order to indebt them. Once you are in my debt, I control you. Okay? And this bank had 4,000 employees, but no one ever heard of this bank, you see? But it would go to country after country offering loans. And if the president did not accept the loan, they were killed. And he gives two examples of presidents who were killed when they did not accept the loan. You see, the lending is also very important to trap the country. It's very important. It's part of that process. I teach in Suriname. And Suriname in recent times had a huge foreign exchange reserve. So big they didn't need to borrow money. And then one of my students who was very high up in government, he said, you know, the IMF is trying to convince us to borrow money from foreigners. Why? I thought, you know, sorry about this, but, you know, this is the game. And in the end, Suriname did borrow this money because the IMF said, if foreigners lend to you, then everyone will think Suriname is such a strong economy that foreigners are interested in lending to you. You understand? Before Lula came to power, you know, the previous president in Brazil, Cardoso, his predecessor, took a gigantic international loan. No necessity for taking the loan. Why? Because once I catch you with the debt strings, I hold you forever. You are my prisoner. Okay, so debt has been this huge spider's web which has trapped sub-Saharan Africa and keeps them held there. Aid, debt.
Monopoly buying structures. Here, few Western multinationals will collude between themselves and set to buy major raw materials while also setting the standards of what they need. From here, this corporation will have control and keep the prices extremely low.
This is for all raw materials and basic agricultural goods produced by developing countries. There are only 4 or 5 Western multinationals that buy all those goods. And they collude between them. So if you take any major product, these Western multinationals, they collude between them. Even if we go down to banana production, we had a PhD down here at the ISS, and the person showed that the 4 or 5 major multinationals they collude, and in order to make sure their control is total, what they do is they force all the producers to produce the same uniform banana. You know, the crap you buy in the West and has no taste at all. You go to any developing country, you know how a banana tastes, don't you? There's so many of them, lots of varieties, but we only market 1 or 2 types. So we have control, you see. If you don't produce at the price I want you to produce, I go to the next country. You see, we get control. So these buyers, they impose that control, and they keep pushing the prices down and down and down. Okay, this is the game. No one says anything about it. There are no commissions of inquiry to say this is illegal, what you're doing. The WTO has nothing to say about this. But sorry to say, you know, if banana prices rose 10 times, especially for people like me who love bananas, okay, I protest. I like my living standards. Okay? It's the same with all the other raw materials, you see. We're all benefiting, we're complicit. We're actually complicit in this because we will protest and shout out if the situation ever changed.
International economic institutions. Here, the rich create the institutions to explicitly control the poor countries by keeping them producing raw materials, making sure they have recurrent balance of payment problems.
IMF, World Bank, WTO. We always think evil creatures, horrible. It's not. It's just economics. It's economic warfare. The rich declare war on the poor. It happens everywhere. It happens in a country. The rich control the government. Of course they do. You really believe you have democracy? Come on. You know, I mean, grow up. This is not about people living in democratic systems. What we have is the rich control. The rich set up these institutions explicitly to control the poor countries. And they don't give them much room for maneuver. Which incidentally, when the IMF starts talking of poverty alleviation, you should also understand that there's another game there also starting to play, which I'm going to come back to later. But what do these institutions do? What does the IMF do? What is structural adjustment about? It's about making sure countries keep producing what we want them to produce. We make sure they have recurrent balance of payments problems. You notice these countries never get out of balance of payments problems. You notice that? Whereas countries that never took IMF support are always out of balance of payments problems. But the countries that are continuously getting advice and support by the IMF, they're always in balance of payments problems. Why? Because that's the way we keep our stranglehold on them.
Destruction of food self-sufficiency. Started by colonialization and continued by World Bank. Once one has control of your food supply, he has control over you.
Colonization started it. Okay, one of the most important things is we destroy food self-sufficiency. Okay, and the World Bank continued it. They forced most countries to eliminate all food subsidies and food support. Okay, because once you don't produce your own food, I increase my control over it. How do we know this? Well, very funny thing happened some years ago. Not so funny, actually. It involved starvation of a large number of people in Malawi. Okay, many of you could remember this because it was really tragic. But the Malawian finance minister, who was under terrible threat at the time, suddenly broke ranks and he said, well, you know why we had this famine? Because one of the conditions of the loan given by the World Bank was we destroyed all our grain surplus stocks. Why? Because remember, we want you dependent. 1970s, the US Senate, the US Congress said, we will not allow Latin America to produce their own food. We will start a strategy involving the IMF and the World Bank to destroy food self-sufficiency of Latin America then they will indeed be our true backyard. And that's exactly what they've done. Look at all the Latin American countries. Look at them. They used to be food self-sufficient, but they're no longer food self-sufficient. Now here comes the kicker. This is the beautiful part of it. I congratulate them. You know, I admire them because they do it so well. Okay, I know it sounds really perverse, but we have now in the WTO something called the Agreement on Agriculture. Okay, you know what that Agreement on Agriculture states? It says, if you don't have any subsidies, you're not allowed to put these subsidies on food. But if you have subsidies and income support for food production, you can keep them. Who has all the subsidies and income support? US, Europe. The largest budgets in the world for supporting their farmers are Europe and US. But the World Bank and IMF have destroyed all those subsidies. You see, all those subsidies have been destroyed. And now we're telling these countries, you don't have subsidies, tough luck, you know. You see, we're keeping them dependent. We're keeping them on a string.
Poor school curriculums. Destructive Western curriculums, such as Doctrine of Comparative Advantage, which teach Africa's destiny is to produce raw materials. And
Yes, I pray that to show you that Nigel Clark going to the IMF and where you have people applauding Nigel Clark. What Nigel Clark had done, people, is hurt Jamaica economy. Now you understand the fundamental difference or differences when Michael Manley has to take on the big giants in the first world country in raising our bauxite levy. Raising our bauxite levy. Because at the time, we were getting $25 million per year. But what Michael Manley had done was to increase the bauxite levy, and where we start to get $200 million per year. That is what Michael Manley had done, and where we had seen maximum benefit. We have seen where Michael Manley was able, as it relates to tertiary level education, for many of those who are criticizing now, get it free. Who remember those times as it relates to a lot of us benefit as a result of the increase in the bauxite levy? Let us make the comparison now, ladies and gentlemen. What Nigel Clark had done. Nigel Clark had zero the bauxite levy. And so those big players in IMF, right, like Japan, and those big players, they applaud him for that. People, we need to be careful. They applaud him for that because Nigel Clark single-handedly damaging our economy. Damaging our economy. The position that Nigel Clark left us in is that we will continue to be dependent on the IMF. And so then they can have control as long as they want. So you have to understand the significant reason now as to when PJ Patterson finished with the IMF and said, "Tata, IMF," you realize how important that was. It is the same Nigel Clark, the same Andrew Holness, pointing, talking about 18 years of the People's National Party. But those were 18 years of success. 18 years of success. The Andrew Holness-led administration want to use alternative truth and show them to confuse the voters and make the matters more compound is that the Andrew Holness-led government is ensuring that we stay in debt as it relates to the level of corruption that they are indulged in. We owed $2.3 trillion and $1.7 trillion unaccounted for. How does that serve us well? Ask the question. How does that serve us well? So let me show you an example of what the professor has been saying, that as much given to us so that we can continue in the demand. And so then it is important, and let me say this because I want people to understand where I am going. When you are dealing with the IMF, you have to be prudent. Your government have to be prudent. One of the main items when you are dealing with the IMF, your government cannot be corrupted. Cannot be corrupted because that will owe you as long as what the IMF want, and this is what Andrew Holness had done. Right? To cripple our nation. Cripple our nation. And Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, because they don't want this to be discovered, they will burn down the bridge, burn down the criminal justice system, right? As you see, they are making move, judiciary review, you understand, to remove the Corruption Act as it relates to illicit enrichment. Why? Because they don't want the truth to establish how corrupted they are and the level of criminality that they have done, and to know how far they have set back the country. Reverse what Portia Simpson had done. Reverse what Portia Simpson had done. Now let me give you a bits and pieces of how Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips has to dig deep in adjusting the situation, because PJ Patterson have taken us right away from the IMF to save us. But Bruce Golding came in and divested many of our assets, and as such has to go back to the IMF, use the IMF money and fail on the austerity measures. People, I have the evidence. Without any further delay, just let me show you the evidence, because we have to take time patching in.
Before we get there, Andy's asking you a question.
Okay, Byron, can Mark put the levy back? Very good question, Andy. Very good question. The question that Andy asks, Byron, can Mark put the levy back? Mark Golding has to prepare to do what Michael Manley had done. Because of course, you know the struggle what Michael Manley had faced. And so then Mark Golding coming in and increasing that levy, right? We, the Jamaican people, must understand the fight that we are going to get, the pressure that we are going to get. But we have to understand that we have to support our leader in case that our leader makes such move in increasing the levy. Very good question, and I think that is one of the $1 million questions being asked tonight. That's why I said, you know, my students, they are brilliant. So when you look at that, in terms of that question, we understand the fight that Michael Manley had gone through, right? And we understand it as it relates to, we talk about crony capitalism, how they came out to crush Michael Manley, right? And where Siaga assisted them in doing that. Goes to show you that Jamaican Labour Party have no love for the Jamaican people and have no interest to elevate the Jamaican people out of poverty because they are crony capitalism. Crony capitalist. And they have no love where that is concerned. Right? That's why I played that clip as it relates to the professor, what the professor is talking about, for you to understand the issues and understand the gravity of Andrew Holness, wickedness in terms of Andrew Holness. They know all of that. Nigel Clark, they know all of that. Right? But they put us in deeper debt. So for all those so-called economists, right, so-called accountants who want to pretty it up for Nigel Clark, right? Yes, we are not prettying it up for Nigel Clark. We are calling a spade because the people are going to feel it. Inflation is going to rise, let me say that. How long the Bank of Jamaica can be spending $90 million to keep the dollar from slide? How long are they going to do that? This is the mess what Nigel Clark put us in. And this is the reason why Nigel Clark is jumping. Several other reasons, including corruption. Right? But who willing to come out and speak the truth as it is? Right? We have no time to pamper the wicked or pamper the corruptors. And they are holding on and fighting hell not to allow the truth to escape. Right? So let me show you a little snippet of how Portia Simpson has to work so hard, right? Where the economy bruised. And let me say this. It is not Mr. Sensation saying this. This is IMF itself. So I am going to give you the IMF case study. What I'm going to make you read, people, is the IMF case study. Without any delay, put it up. So let us look and see where we can judge Nigel Clark. I'll cross it over and bring it back. Let us see, people. I want to show you. So let me take you. As I said, I feel I am in a teaching mood tonight. Right? IMF lending case study.
Oh.
Hold on, people. I'm going to show you. I am going to show you. Right? Show you the evidence. So here it is. International Monetary Fund, IMF lending case study to Jamaica. Let us look. Jamaica and the IMF, the power of partnership and ownership, May 2019. So people, I want you to listen keenly. Now when you hear Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness getting up in Parliament and talk about what they had achieved over how much years, right? And no other ministry had achieved it. You understand? Pure goddamn lies out of their mouth. 2019. After gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth and achieved middle income status quickly. So people, I want for you to hear that. And when we talk about 1962, remember that Norman Manley was the premier in that period. Want you to remember that. Norman Manley was the premier in that period. And here it is. After gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth and achieved middle income status quickly. Now, listen up, people. 3 decades later, income start to plateau. 3 decades later, including following a massive financial crisis in 1990. Stop right there, people. The financial crisis that they're talking about, 1990, right, is the financial meltdown. And who caused the financial meltdown? I'm showing you the history, people, of how Jamaica Labour Party destroyed the future of Jamaica. In 1990, the financial crisis, the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. But Andrew Wallace want to spin it around. Want to spin it around and blame the People's National Party. Who was the culprits in this game? Who were the culprits in this game? We saw the culprits, right? We know that Edward Seaga, right, is one of the culprits. Edward Seaga is not PNP. We know that Dan Crawford is one of the culprits. Dan Crawford is not PNP. We know that Paul Cheng Young is one of the culprits. Paul Cheng Young is not PNP. Right? We know that Hugh Croskerry is one of the culprits. Hugh Croskerry is not PNP. We know that Adil Shah benefit and other cabinet members benefit. They are not PNP. They are not PNP. So we are showing the evidence here, so you understand? I am a case study this. The financial crisis in the 1990s. So we start to record the first assault on the Jamaican people. The first graphic assault on the Jamaican people done by the Jamaican Labour Party. And a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. Challenges have ranged from policy missteps that led to high public debt to vulnerability to natural disasters, immigration and brain drain, and high crime by 2013. Now, let us talk about this period and high crime by 2013. Now, Bruce Golding took over between the period 2007 to 2011 when he resigned. And in the period where Bruce Golding, right, took over, high crime rates start to spiral all over the place. I want you to remember this, people. And where Jamaica, for the first time, hitting the lowest number on the corruption index, 438 on the corruption index. I remember we all know how to measure the corruption index, you know. And the corruption index, anything above 50, you understand, is good. Anything below 50 is corrupted and highly corrupted. And for the first time in 2009, people, I want you to research it. Under the Bruce Golding-led government, we hit 38 on the corruption index. Right? Now, look at amazing work that Portia Simpson had done. And when we see them turn up in the parliament, you understand, and I talk about Nigel Clark and Andrew Wallace, them sick me to up. Now, by 2013, Jamaica public debt had reached a historic high, right, of about 147% of GDP. So people want to bear the evidence in mind, you know. That is a result of Bruce Golding administration. Now, the Jamaica public debt and reached a historic high of about 147% of GDP, making it one of the most indebted countries in the world. People, I want you to witness what I'm reading tonight. Yeah, man, I step out for them tonight, you know, because I hear them in the parliament. I chat beer bulls out of their mouth. You understand? They don't want to do the research and deep dive, right, and bring up the truth to the Jamaican people. Bring up the truth to the Jamaican people, may they understand. Now, program ownership and design. You are going to see masterwork done by Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. Let us read on. Program ownership and design. After debt exchange in 2010, and yet another IMF supported program that went off track. Now in 2010, that was Bruce Golding, right, where he borrowed the money. And here it is. It is telling you another IMF supported program that went off track. I want you to follow me, people, tonight. Mystic Sensation speaking the truth and nothing but the truth. So let me go. In 2011, the country was on the verge of an economic meltdown. Now this is Bruce Golding-led government. In 2011, Andrew Holness take over the reins of power. I am passing it through, and I am reminding you who at the helm. So 2011, Bruce Golding resigned. 2011, Andrew Holness now been at the helm. And here it is. The country was on the verge of an economic meltdown with no access to international capital markets. Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in the spring 2013 for financial support. Now let me ask you a question, people. You hear what that read said? Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in spring 2013. So in spring 2013, who was at the helm? Who was at the helm was Portia Simpson now. As a result of Bruce Golding administration failed. You understand those IMF tests? Went off track. Right? Damaged the country. The country know how to face economic collapse. Portia Simpson have to creep on her knees like a puppy dog. Go to the IMF now. You understand? And have to now beg for assistance. So then when we hear them, and this is one of the reasons why I grieve, we could talk to some people, So when we see them get up in a parliament, and they are talking about their policies and this and that and how we bring up this and never before and rare, blah, blah, blah. Andrew Wallace, let me ask you a question. You realize, as it relates to the economic meltdown in 2011, was it Nigel Clark or your policy who bring it back? Let me ask you a question. Since you had come out and tell Jamaican people you're bag of garbage, was it you or Nigel Clark in power? Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips were magic. You understand where there's no magic can work. But yet there were magic there. Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. Right? Here it is. Let us read it. Let us read it. Right? After debt exchange in 2010, and yet another IMF supported program that went off track under the Bruce Golding administration in 2011. What happened? The country was on the verge of an economic meltdown. Why no want to talk that in a parliament? Because you know this no make you look good. Yes, this no make you look good, my boy. So with no access to international capital markets, right? Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in the spring 2013 for financial support. Now watch this paper. With its preceding weak track record of reform, significant budget financing from international and development partners was less forthcoming. As a result of what? Bruce Golding, you understand, the failure of Bruce Golding government. Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5%. Let us talk about the primary surplus. You understand what Portia Simpson had to do? Let me remind Jamaican people. Now when the IMF needed the primary surplus, what Portia Simpson have to do? Portia Simpson have to go in a parliament and pass laws. You understand? To use the NHT money. You understand? To put into the surplus. You remember that? Andrew Holness, what you did, you come out and you criticize Portia Simpson about that the IMF bought NHT money. You understand? Must not use to do that. But what you now use NHT money to do, Andrew Holness? Corruption, Andrew Holness, you may chat. What you use the money to do? You use the money, you understand, to take out and give to your friend Dexim. Yeah? You take out the IMF money and give it to Dexim You take out the NHT money and give it to Dexim. You take out NHT money and put it in the SSL. You say, Andrew, when you have the amount of beating what you have to get your Nigel Clark. So if you take out the secret, you understand? We remember this, you know, Andrew Honest. Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP to help stabilize the economy and address long-standing structural challenges. Portia Simpson have to dig in the NHT coffers to store up the surplus. You remember that? And you run a campaign on that. And as a matter of fact, we don't want to send Portia Simpson to prison. But now you take out the NHT money, you give it to your friend Dexim, right? And now you take out the NHT money and put it in the SSL. See, so what, you know, deserve to go to prison? Now, look, people, let me show you a miracle what Portia Simpson performed herself. Now the public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed. And who formed this? Andrew Honest, we have to come talk. Who formed this? And Nigel Clark formed this? And you, Andrew Honest, formed this? It's Portia Simpson formed this. The public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee under Portia Simpson was formed so that stakeholders from the private sector, unions, government, academia, and the media could come together to hold the government accountable for its reform commitment and physical discipline under the reform program. With that, as described by Finance Minister Nigel Clark, and talk about that, what began as an IMF program now became Jamaica program with IMF support. Who did that? And Nigel Clark went do that? Eh? Was it Nigel Clark done that? Eh? Was Nigel Clark there in 2013? Eh? When you come and run off in the mouth, take away that document on it. And after that, right? Success. So when you're speaking, you have truth and you have lies, because people need to understand that is the way how the devil works. That is the way how Beelzebub works. That is the way how Prince of the Morning works. That is the way how Lucifer works. Half truth and half lies, riding on a pale horse. Want you to understand, people. Now, as I brought up, right, Eagle 79. Oh,
sorry.
All right.
Freedom.
Yes, yeah, freedom. Yes, mistake. Start telling the people so they know it was the JLP that caused it, because they blame the PNP like they did with FinSac. Exactly, freedom. Exactly. 4 steps forward, then now 10 steps backward. Exactly. Exactly, Ubuntu. You understand? And Brian, before a leader can effectively guide a group, the people within that group must be receptive to their leadership. Meaning we have to ready to lead with Mark Golden. What a wonderful phrase. I love that. Mark can't do this alone. We have to chip in. Thank you. And you see the level of understanding, and that is one of the reasons why we are teaching this. Eagle 779, the truth hurt. JLP was always a government of disaster, driving Jamaica into extreme poverty. We need a change now, and make that argument be the top of the argument as it relates to tonight, right? Now, let me say this, and just show to Jamaican people, right? When they're talking about our excellent mystic sensation, Jamaica 650 million to Dex, right? To Dexim of NHT money. Exactly, George. Exactly, that's what he did. And yet, for Portia Simpson to fix the economy, right? Portia Simpson have to take some money from out of the NHT cover to put into the surplus so that, you understand, the IMF loan could be offered. And Portia Simpson, I will add, passed eight consecutive tests. 8 consecutive tests, while Bruce Golden failed miserably. And Portia Simpson, Peter Phillips passed 8 consecutive tests. When the IMF wrote them off and said they couldn't make it, it is the IMF, right? Is the IMF has to come back and say they are surprised. It is unbelievable that IMF has to now start to use as it relates to Portia Simpson policy as a role model. Can you believe that, people? And now, what you see, they now step in front of Portia Simpson work, push back Portia Simpson back. You can't even hear nothing what Portia Simpson done. You see how curry these people are? And they are taking over all the spotlight, right, to talk about surplus, what they borrow. Surplus, what they borrow, they borrow money to show up the surplus. Right? Now, let me tell you now on the next document, as it relates to, you now need to judge Nigel Clark's performance and Andrew Holness' performance. Right? What I'm showing you. Right? Andrew Holness can't say, you know, I can't take my brain tight. Can't say that. You understand? It's misinformation and disinformation. Sorry about that, people. You can't say it is misinformation and disinformation because it is coming from the government. And that's what I do. I went on their site. You understand? Research as much, pull the truth from their site. That means if them lick me, you know. You understand? They are licking themselves. Yes, this is how Mystic Sensation. If they lick me, if they say that I am misinformation, they you understand, are hitting themselves. So let me show you the truth as it relates to how Jamaica is trading, right, in today's economic climate, and tell people it is not good. It is not good. And so then that is one of the reasons why you see BLJ now trying to save the dollar, because really and truly it is not good. It is messy. So without any delay, let us come up with this document and show the people. Let us look at this. My people, let us look at this. Now, people, here it is. Now, here it is that Nigel Clark, on his way to the IMF, right? And who want to applaud him, applaud him. But let I show you, right, our trade-off stand as it relates to export and import. If you look on the right column here, so, right, where I have the mouse, export, there I touch it. How much are we exporting, people? 1 billion, 1.95 billion of products that we are exporting to countries, right? $1.95 billion. Let us look on the import side. How much are we importing? $7.62 billion. You know what that means, people? Let me tell you what that means. That means we are in a trading deficit of over $5.8 billion. Jamaican people know I hear me? We are in a trade deficit on a yearly basis of over $5.8 billion. What can go so? Now just look it up. Here, exports, right? 1.98 billion, right? And import, 7.8 billion. We had gone through in terms of how IMF's structure, certain structure. And this seems like we will be always remaining debt. Look at some of the things that you are exporting over here. The top export of Jamaica are refined petroleum at $734 million. Petroleum gas that you are exporting, $265 million. Aluminum oxide, $246 million. Aluminum core, $76 million, and hard liquor, $73.3 million, exporting mostly to United States, 1.11 billion, Russia, 99.7 million, Canada, $81 million, United Kingdom, 70.8 million, and Iceland, 39.5 million. Right? The top imports of Jamaica are refined petroleum, which is 973 million, and crude petroleum, 440 million. Give us a total up here of total exports of $1.95 billion. So I want you to understand the document here. Now let us go down on the right, further right, in terms of what we are importing, right? So here, imports, the top, okay, sorry, the imports, what we are importing. So this is export. Imports start from here. Import, the top import of Jamaica are refined petroleum, $973 million. Let us look how much we are exporting. Here it is. The top export of Jamaica are refined petroleum. We are exporting 734 million as opposed to what we are importing, which is 973 million. Crude petroleum, 440 million. Right? Petroleum gas, 385 million. Cars, 330 million. And packaged medicaments, 148 million. Importing mostly from United States, 2.76 billion. China, 949 million. Trinidad and Tobago, 430 million. Brazil, 371 million. And Turkey, 327 million. Right? That gives us a total of imports of $7.62 billion. Now, take that away, honey. Take that away. So people, when we look on these issues, right, we understand that this administration has to go. Has to go. Where you have a country that depending on service industry, like the hotel, right, and not utilizing agriculture, right, as their main earner, particularly where foreign currency is concerned, right? But amount of innovation that we are putting in that to make agriculture, right? Agriculture should be our #1 earner. We should emphasize, place the emphasis, right, on agriculture, right? Because I mean, if anything happen in terms of certain issues, right, tourists can decide to stop from coming. And here is one of the issues. Now, when we talk about travel advisory and certain things that the United States issuing and telling their people not to travel to Jamaica because it is not safe, the healthcare is not safe. These are issues that can affect our tourism. You understand? Because if people decide to make some vacation trip, anything can happen. And if they are preparing, you understand, for the worst case scenario, right? And they understand that that is one of the factors. You understand? They might change their mind, you understand, to visit the country. Because our healthcare system is in a dilapidated crisis. Our healthcare system is in a crisis. But guess what? We have the best spinners of all time. You understand? Christopher Tufton will come out and spin it. You understand? Because, of course, Christopher Tufton, he knows very well how to turn water into wine. And so then, no matter how heavy the burden is, right? And how dilapidated the real crisis is, how serious the real crisis is. Okay, people, don't worry as it relates to Andrew Owens' administration. We have a Christopher Tufton that can PR our way out of the crisis. I'm saying this to say that the focus, right, need to pull away. I'm not saying that tourism is not good. That is not what I'm saying. But it seems to be that we are now focusing on the economy to become a service industry. We need to produce more so that, of course, we can export more. So what that tell you from what I just show you, that we are importing, right? As it relates to what? We are importing $7.8 billion, right? And only exporting $1.9 billion. Where that is going to put us, people? Tell me. How that is going to be able to pay down our debt? I want people to explain to me, you know, simple mathematics. How that is going to help us, people? But we are depending on a service industry. Tell me. I want the mathematician and the economists come out and explain to me that, okay, Byron, although we are importing $1.9 billion, although we are importing $7.8 billion, and we are only exporting $1.9 billion, you know, that is the formula for miracle. That means it is going to work. We are going to be able to pay down our debt, right, and not servicing our debt. How much money that we are using to servicing the debt? Millions of dollars to just service the debt on a yearly basis. Not moving down the debt. Nigel Clark took the debt from $2 trillion, right? Where the debt is now under the Jamaica Labour Party administration, 2.3, another 600 billion added to that. And you can understand what added as it relates to the simple mathematics that we have seen right here in front of our eyes, that we are importing $7.8 billion and only exporting $1.9 billion. And yet Nigel Clark, you understand, is the angel, is the priest of economists. Can you explain that to me, no man? Explain that to me. You understand? While we are living a reality, right? And they are selling such a false narrative, is an hallucination. This is what we call the hallucination economics. You understand what I'm saying? Because we are not reading the signs of the reality of the market and what is happening to us and why inflation is rising. Just to said mystic sensation. So it was the failure of the JLP in the first instance, which caused Dr. Phillips to implement austerity measures because they did not honor the agreement they signed with the IMF. Exactly, George. You are 100% right. But you think they are going to? You think that they are going to bring forward the document that I bring forward? It is there on their website. You understand? But they overlook that. They want to tell the people the lie. That's what I'm saying, George. They want to tell the people lie and spin it in Parliament and speak all sort of BS. Pastor Ricky, bless up yourself, Pastor Ricky. Manufacturing will create high-paying jobs and raise the standard of living. But I mean, that is common sense, Ricky. Pastor Ricky, that is common sense. But obviously, might be what Pastor Ricky is saying, that the government simply lack common sense. I know you must be smiling, Pastor Ricky. So the government simply lack common sense. Where are we going with this? You understand? This sort of hallucinative economics. Where are we going with this? This doesn't make any sense. You understand? This is madness. Madness that we are importing. It is just madness and steroids. Madness and steroids. Now, the same way that they are telling a lie about the economics is the same way that they are telling a lie about crime. See, I wonder, my Jamaican people, what the heck is happening with this government? Right? I mean, the only thing that they can do is PR. There's no one in the government that has a sense of innovation. What happened to the creativity? It seems like everyone there in the Jamaica Labour Party administration is what we call finger specialists. So their hands are very soft when it comes to the cookie jar. Because they always, for some reasons, the hand always float into the treasury. You see what I mean? And so then, of course, you can understand why Pamela Monroe is so shocked and said, oh my God, $1.7 trillion is unaccounted for by this administration. And then the case sweep it under the carpet. No one wants to speak about it. Right? The healthcare alone, $700 billion unaccounted for. And if you hear the reason as to why $700 billion unaccounted for on it, the appropriation account that should record expenditures moving through that sector, right? That's supposed to be submitted on an annual basis, right? The appropriation account has not been submitted. And then you're going to tell me that Tufton, who's at the helm, don't realize, right, that the appropriation account, you understand, that's supposed to be submitted on an annual basis. You understand that being submitted from when? And so then the permanent secretary can say all sorts of bulls and get away with it. And no one in the Jamaica Labour Party want to hold the permanent secretary accountable. You tell me, people, in a modern democracy, or if you have a democracy that is working effectively, there's no way that this permanent secretary would be scrutinized and prepared to be charged. No way. He could have escaped. But under Andrew Wallace's government, you can have a Dalrymple who still have a criminal proceedings against her, right? Being recycled back into Trelawny. You can have a permanent secretary who knows very well that the appropriation account that's supposed to be submitted on an annual basis not being submitted, and the permanent secretary can tell you all sorts of bulls. And he's allowed to get away with it under Andrew Wallace's government. And so then, it's okay that these things can happen under the leadership of an Andrew Wallace. And why it can happen? The reason why it can happen, because simply, my Jamaican people, Andrew Wallace is who he is. Andrew Wallace is who he is. So when you have distinguished gentlemen in the Integrity Commission, when you have the Director of Investigators, and when you look at these distinguished gentlemen, Andrew Wallace wants to tell the Jamaican people that a likes like Panther, an ex-judge, who have been there, done that, man who have taught law for God he knows. Andrew Wallace wants to tell us that Panther, and the directors of investigators are lying on him. Yes, and that they have no integrity. And so then, him, Andrew Wallace, who had applauded the very same Integrity Commission investigators on 3 different occasions, speaking highly of their performances and credited them. Now they have him under the microscope, and as such, having Andrew Wallace under the microscope. Okay, I am willing to take all of that credit that I previously had given you. Something wrong with you, but nothing was wrong with the corruption investigators or in the issue with Azan when it was the contractor general, right? Nothing wrong with the contractor general when they had Azan looking on Azan and said, okay, Azan did not follow the appropriate procedures. And so then nothing wrong in terms of what the Contractor General had done. Nothing wrong in terms of the Christie calling out a spade, whether it is maybe PNP, GLP, or any sort of fee, providing that, okay, there are clear breaches of the procurement guidelines that had been established. And if there's a breach, okay, it's okay. So then we can't have what we call convenient justice, right? That the Prime Minister administration want to utilize justice conveniently. And so then when it goes against other people, of course, the Contractor General or in instances, the Integrity Commission investigators are doing a fine job when it goes against the opposing party. But when it zoom in on his administration, no way. The narcissist rise. The narcissist rise because you're not to see his wrongdoing. You're not to see his wrongdoing. No, the Integrity Commission investigators, they are telling lie on him. So even when it was established and clearly identified that 4 of the Prime Minister accounts, you have a period of over $400 million running through those accounts. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, the Director of Investigators, they are lying on you. They are lying because that didn't happen. You want to tell Jamaica that no, that didn't happen. Over $400 million, right? Running through 4 accounts. Now, when the Director of Investigators investigated and realized that $143,000 came from SSL, ending up in one of your accounts that you took $0 to open that account in NCB, right? And this $143,000 ended up in your account. Then we must believe you, Mr. Andrew Holness, that the Director of Investigators are liars. They are making all of this upon you. Right? They are unfair. They are not treating you fairly. They are treating you with malice. And so then when they ask you, Prime Minister, can you explain the source of your wealth? You cease to be silent, unresponsive. And as such, the Director of Investigators decided to send the case to FID. And then you spin Dr. Big Mama and G2K ready to tell Jamaican people that the case is final. The investigation report is final. Right? The Minister of Injustice, Delroy Chuck. Right? The report is final and the case is closed. As if these intelligent people, right, is going to telling me, you understand that they have a mental relapse. They can't comprehend the report as how ordinary people comprehend the report. That the case has not been completed, and the reason for it not to be completed because the Prime Minister failed to explain his source of wealth. They don't see that into the report. Big Mama don't comprehend that into the report. Right? Colonel Charles Jr. don't comprehend that in the report. Marlene Malawi Ford don't comprehend that into the report. But this is what we call when we talk about the level of corruption under the Andrew Holness-led government. And you are going to tell me that this is how you are representing the Jamaican people. This is how you want to represent the Jamaican people. When you have Mayor Swaby show such a gross contrast between expenditures. Now when we look at Mr. Williams, who was at the helm of the Kingston and St. Andrew municipality, right? The work that he failed to do and the disgrace of the Kingston and St. Andrew municipality. And for the short period of time that Swaby had taken over the Kingston and St. Andrew municipality, it's a world of difference, which I said, minute expenditure. And yet, when Mr. Williams have the big budget, nothing done. Nothing done. So then, is this the government that we want to represent us? A government who had chosen not to be transparent with the people of Jamaica? Right? A government who is willing to suppress the truth. A government who spread his ignorance, allow his ignorance to counteract his intelligence, spread himself through 19 different agencies to take control and to make sure he's at the end of the corruption. Yeah? And this is the government that we want to represent us. This is the government that has the audacity in seeking a third term. This is the government that said to us all that none of us need to know the illicit 7 because we know the first one. Or should we say illicit 6? Because remember, say man and wife fight together. You understand? But let me speak less of that because I don't have any evidence. So let me speak less of that. But this government wants to say that we need to go to the poll, being oblivious, right, of the people who we are voting for or who we want to vote for. That these are the people who are helping themselves in the treasury. And we need not to know them. We are to still vote for them. People, I want you to understand what the Prime Minister is saying to us. Sometimes it is not the word that have been spoken. Sometimes it is the words that are not being spoken. And so then people, we need to smart, right? And utilize our critical skills in terms of thinking through. So the Prime Minister doesn't have to speak that. We see the Prime Minister actions and we can anticipate. So the Prime Minister leave us to presume, to formulate our own opinion, right? And to have that level of awareness that this is where the Prime Minister is going. And then what I define this government to be is what we call a rogue government. A government that's willing to go against law and order. A government that has no care for the common people but themselves, helping themselves. A government that we categorize and define in this space as it relates to crony capitalists, crony capitalism that they are executing. Utilizing nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery in the space. Their friends, their close associates, their relatives, their family are the ones who are getting the benefit. The PSOJ sympathizers who are getting the benefits, getting the beach lands, right? And push back the Jamaican people. But yet, when they want to be voted in power, they come to the poor. They come to the middle class. Because they can't depend on PSOJ to put them in power. Because white people, PSOJ is simple, minute in numbers, very small. So they cannot decide the fate of a government. But yet, after you, the people, the poor, the middle class, have the power to put in a government, the government turn their backs on you. And who they supported? They supported likes like the PSOJ. They give them all the likes, the benefits, the spoils. They get all the benefits. This is what we call crony capitalism through nepotism, cronism, and skullduggery. And this is what Andrew Wallace described exactly what he's going to do after he wins. He will now throw poison on the people. And this is exactly what Andrew Wallace had done. So here I show you, as it relates to what Andrew Wallace is doing within the space of the economy. It's the same thing that Andrew Wallace is doing with crime, manipulating the numbers. Now let me show you something. Let us get to this document on it. Major crimes at lowest level in 24 years. Can you imagine that, people? Can you imagine what this goes to show you how disrespectful this administration is? The barefaced lying. Now, people, let us read this. It's just that this government is so barefaced with their lies. Major crimes at lowest level in 24 years. People, can you imagine this? Faithfulness. Right? And this is March 21st, 2024. Look at this, people. Prime Minister Andrew Wallace is reporting that the Jamaica is seeing its lowest level of major crimes in nearly a quarter century. So you know that the Prime Minister is extremely desperate. Right? I told you that I was anticipating that the Prime Minister bring Jupiter to Earth. But we never know, say he's going to take Neptune to Earth, because this looks like Neptune. Right? Based on what the Prime Minister is saying here, the Prime Minister was able now to take Neptune to Earth. Watch this down, people. The multifaceted approach taken by the government, including social transformational initiatives, strategic investment in technology and infrastructure, and legislative changes, is paying dividends with a sharp reduction in major crimes. The country's lowest crime rate in 24 years, only said Tuesday as he made his contribution to the 24-25 budget debate. Take it away. Let me show him something. Let me show him something. Wifey, you're a nurse. Do you think that the Prime Minister has amnesia? Amnesia, you call it?
No, he doesn't have amnesia. He has some psychological problems.
Oh, you said psychological problem?
Him no have no forgetfulness. It just has a pathological condition.
So you think that
he cannot control
so you think that the Prime
that come out of his mouth.
So you think that the Prime Minister is mentally demented?
He's not demented. I'm not gonna insult people with dementia. He knows what he's doing. But I think it's at a stage where whatever he's doing is so chronic that, as you said, it's not pathological. He can't control it.
Oh, so you are saying that the Prime Minister lies is no biological.
It's innate. It's ingrained within him. He can't help himself.
Okay, so it's in its chromosome.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna insult people with
okay.
they cannot help themselves. The Prime Minister can help himself.
But since the Prime Minister came out and said that, this is what other experts are saying. Let us put up this document. Right? Let us put up that document. So this is just crazy with the Prime Minister. Right? This is just crazy with this administration. Here it is. Crime remains top concern despite declining stats. National pride persists as Jamaica grapple with violence, cost of living. Now, despite here and here decline in all major categories. Now, this is madness. Despite here and here decline in all major categories across the island, crime and violence continue to be foremost concern for Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Despite here and here, no, me say that, I him say that, but you know, look how me going busting bubbles tonight. Take that away. Just watch how me going busting bubbles tonight, people. They are feeling. Just look how I'm going to burst his bubbles tonight and show the evidence on him. Right? Now let us take for this clip, comrade later. Because the people know that Mystic Sensation is going to pull out the facts on him. People know that Mystic Sensation, you understand, is going to pull out the research on him. You understand? And debunk what they are saying. Now, all right, let us bring on. You want to finish? Oh. Let us bring on. Please.
Condition that it has ever been, because everywhere you go, you have your dodge from pothole on the public roads in Jamaica. When we say they are failing with crime, it does not mean that they have not bought 1 or 2 police vehicles or a bulletproof vest here and there. But what it means is that when they took over, murders were at 1,200, and for every single year of this government, the murders in this country have been more than where they inherited it. What it means is that because of their state of emergency, they have displaced criminals, and so now you have murders taking place in some...
Stop it and take it away. So let me ask you a question. Is Comrade Dayton Campbell is lying? Because we have the statistics to prove with what Dayton Campbell is saying. And show you that the Prime Minister is simply, pathologically mendacious. Without any delay, let us lift up the statistics to show the Prime Minister and call him friend and show them. Now let us go to the statistics. Because we don't listen to this Prime Minister. We go to statistics. Now, people, let us look. Now here, 2012, let me lift up that. This is Portia Simpson time, you know. In 2012, right, particularly the murder rate was 1,102. There it is. Let me put it up so people can see it. See, 2012, 102. In 2013, where it goes? 1,202. In 2014, where it goes? 1,005. In 2015, the last of Portia Simpson tenure, 1,208. 1,208. Now let us begin with Andrew Wellness tenure. Because you know by February, Portia Simpson out of office, the midst office. Now here, 2016, Andrew Wellness tenure. Right? Where the crime is, begins.
1,354. 1,354. Now let us go to 2017. Here's the crime is 1,647. People, you seen it? Now put it up now, make the people have seated. When it comes to this administration, this is one of the reasons why Andrew Wallace plummeting the poll. So let me warn you, Andrew Wallace. Here on, you're just hurting yourself. You understand? You are self-inflicted. Now, 2018, it reduced to 1,287. Right? And a tenure. Now look at 2019, stretching up back, 1,339. Let us look at 2020, 1,323. Let us look at 2021, 1,474. Let us look, Mr. Prime Minister, at 22. What is that, Prime Minister? 1,498. 1,498. Let us look at 23. 1,393. Take that away on it. So what this showed me, Prime Minister, let me take you back to your campaign argument. You accuse the People's National Party that they don't know how to solve crime, and you know how to solve crime. And you said that you have methods and ways how to solve crime. But when we use that bar graph and compare the administration performance as it relates to how the administration reduced crime, we have seen on the bar graph presentation that you, Andrew Wallace, is a callous failure. Callous failure. You fail in all departments, and the only department that you excel in and continue to excel is in the department of corruption. Take it from Mystic Sensation. It's the only department that you have been so excellent in and continue to excel is the department of corruption. You, Andrew Wallace, and your administration is a callous failure to the Jamaican people. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I think that is my last clip for the night. So I am going to be handing over to Wifey for Jeopardy people who are staying on. But before I go, let me emphasize that what we are seeing displayed tonight, I'm asking all Jamaicans, particularly, not to sit aside and think that because, of course, People's National Party is doing well in the poll, because poll don't win an election. Let me emphasize on that. We are asking the Jamaican people to step out in their tens and thousands. We are asking the Jamaican people that this general election is one that's supposed to take so serious that has never been taken before. Is one that needs to recognize that we are fighting for the very foundation of our survival. It is one that we have to take so extreme to know that we have to get rid of this administration. I don't know, I don't want no one to be comfortable. I want people to come out
and participate. We are asking you people, don't take it for granted. Don't you ever take it for granted. I said, so, 10 people win already, yeah, man, so we can relax. Your little count. Your little count. And I want this to ring through the ears of every single person to prepare. To tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend, and continue to tell a friend. Because it is imperative that your vote counts. All right, so let me take the caller. Thank you for calling Mystic Sensation, caller. Go ahead here on live. Oh, Jesus, I'm a sister this. What you know about them, I'm a sister? What go on, sis? Yes. I tell you.
Don't be surprised if you don't see that putting a royal read. Because that wrinkle when you wrinkle, court case with the integrity commissioner who the government of Jamaica one.
Yes.
Plus she have had that case with this man land when he somewhere down the country then. So he have more it's that he have about 8 case. You still are putting back front. Jamaican people no same idiot. I may have a message for George Draws Pascal Antoloso. Uno the Isaac. Jamaican people, the way in the Isaac. That is so you said they do not believe in reform.
Yes.
No, a child at the age of 17, young person, young adult, still an idiot in enough case because they're a young body and no hurricane.
True.
And in somewhere farming get involved because they are youngsters.
Yes.
And him have the heart and the gut to go, do him time with farm himself and be an asset.
Exactly, my sister.
To a nation.
Exactly.
He's an asset to a nation. Isaac give enough young people hope to say, yo, you saving that prison for deciding that, you know, and look how a man becomes big liar, no brother.
Exactly.
And for we change, you know, and not because me get caught up here, so me are gonna lift up myself like Isaac. No, then come them and criticize the man. The man go in front of the prison council. Which one of them out there, what of them out there got prison council go bust big case?
Exactly. Exactly.
And Judge Davis, you just dep on the youth, so you just dep on him, so him no want nobody in a 28 account. Him not thief nothing from nobody.
Come on, Sister P. Me I tell you.
I'm not hungry, me just a youth and get caught up. Because you have a good table. But sometimes the company you keep when you're young and you're naive. Not for we female woman, if we have sense like no, enough man who with them with them breed, with them couldn't even look back way. So everybody make mistake in a life.
True.
But you have to forgive and reform people. So Jamaican mothers, fathers, uncles, parents. You say this a party, no business with nobody. Then just know say if you get yourself in a trouble, then fling in a dumpster. And that's it. It cannot work like that. It cannot work like that. The Bible says if you forgive your brother 7 times 7. So where is the forgiveness? We say what is that about random on 50 year and this? How can a 15-year-old boy find SLR? 16. You must get to the root cause. If you have a fire burn and you go through water in the fire, it's not going to blaze more. You have to hold the fire from the root to get the fire out. So me are going to beg you to come out for Isaac.
Yes, Mr.
And the more you chat about Isaac and try to bring down Isaac, and the more he get famous. You have a prime minister when I have no integrity, no morality, nothing like that. in light of him believe in one lie. He deceive people. He deceive a whole nation and a generation to come. He rob a nation, he rob a generation to come by going around and borrowing. And people when a borrow it and go home money. He boy me couldn't want no cranium. The man thief up. Look what you said more we put Jamaica Panther. And they rob me money and big jazz. Davis, uno not talk about that. Uno media house was $6 million in a revenue. Why we not talk about that? That's $6 million upon by the MC officer. Imagine doctors left America come here. He help people who don't have it. And because of see, a young 11-year-old child is still suffering at this minute, this second. It's not like our brothers and sisters never left and take plane to come and fit help. But because of the negligence, the dirtiness, the nastiness, the crowdiness, the thief, the corruption, the one I want to cause a future doctor, a future lawyer, a future nurse, to go to a bed right now, sitting in pain. We don't know how, so we don't know the pain that child is going through. And God send somebody, and because of this criminal in the house, and we don't sit down and defend him.
Speak up, Mr. Stop.
You know, there's a who sit iron down low, and they're telling us for young people, when we don't get food, we can't take it. That child, it could have been my grandchild, it could have been my one. We don't too cruel because of freedom and power. But me tell you something. Jamaican people are wise up because God sent the messengers them. He said, Lord, to me said, mystic, he said, I can't call one of them. He sent them because when they are tell with the message, they give you the facts and the data, they don't make up nothing.
All right.
They are even the light up. So let me tell you now, when you come off of Isaac, man, and go wash your dirty clothes and fix yourself. Leave the man, make him prosper. Leave the man, he could have been my son. And the man could make mistake. Mistake was made to make. And he correct himself and move forward. So let me tell you, backward never. So all around you stand to back up.
What?
And for a silver bangle. In the name of Jesus. And we say, man, do no so sit down and go sit dead. And say, not your time. Not see Nigel Clark. Take Nigel Clark. Good people pick me. Free him to come in politics. And put him in a two-friend. To a young man of your own. He run for consent, he run for your family, he run for your life. Don't want to pretend like no. Nigel Clark, men have left Jamaica finance minister in one country, a rose color. You got to go to IMF. If things did right. Things are right, and we know we're not going to school, but we have sense things are right. And the person was in pipe. The Nigel Clark, when we used to see on TV, and him wishing our last days, looking at him, look within him. Him not fire out. We not take him and put him in a ducky, and now him run through the life, and him pity them, and him father and everybody. We is a wicked set of corruption, and we tell you no. Which don't know go and don't know shall ever go. And do all this, like I tell you, I don't wish bad for people. But the Bible says the sin of the mother and the father is in the fourth generation. He go again and say, okay, it's easier for a camel to go to the eye of an eagle than a rich man into the kingdom of God. And poor people, when you soon run down with, and when you come good, when you CIP out, he better not go half for a chicken back and sleep sound. 1 yam 25 pound oxygen, and that's rat run out, breeze blow. Who don't jump on, can't sleep. Can you do all this? Although you go like the tough, you don't sleep good at night. Any sleep you sleep, you take filthy sleep.
That's
and you cook and something to make you sleep. But we know you're not even good because it's coming. Coming up, you know, where it's coming. Anyway, my brother and my sister,
Bless
to
up your
God
faith,
be
my
the
sister.
glory. Me thank you, for the bottom of my heart. Not only me, but me thank for the rest of Jamaican people in the diaspora around. We thank you guys and put on your purpose. Right out of the storm because some of us are this and some of us are that, but the majority stand. You know this? My message to you is to confess to the Jamaican people and let the chips lie where it falls. Because if you not do that,
that's no joke.
So the best thing we can tell you is come clean and confess and beg for mercy and plan, but still I got prison because we are take back everything I said here, fix your road and fix your hospital.
All right.
Oh, my brother.
Bless you, my sister. Stay nice and sweet. See me, my sister. Love you, bud. All right. Oh, Pastor Ricky was cut. Oh, that's
staff in calling.
Okay. Both stuff gonna come away from now.
Yeah, Pastor Ricky. Oh, he's calling now.
All right. Pleasant good night, Pastor Ricky. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, my brother.
Bless you, my lady, sister, Lady Anne Marie. God bless you. Keep
All
up
right.
the great work both
Thank
of you
you.
are doing to enlighten the heart and the understanding of everyone, whether they're in the diaspora or they're on the ground in Jamaica. These programs are very informative, very educational, and I'm grateful to be, one of your students. Praise God. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you.
I would love to see if you don't mind sharing that crime statistic chart with me, because I recognize that they're going to use this as a campaign rally to say they brought crime down, which is a lie. Sir Rattigan, one of the next professors, he revealed how they don't report the death investigations. Those who got murdered and those, they have to wait for an autopsy. And so they have one pathologist for the island to conduct the autopsy, and sometimes it takes them months, maybe years.
Yes.
So they never report the death investigation and the crime numbers. They don't report missing people in the crime numbers, and they don't report suicide deaths in the crime. So the numbers are not accurate. But it's pathological liar that we have as a prime minister. A spin meister is going to spin this now to say that his government, you heard the lie, in the last 24 years has brought crime down to a low number, which is a lie.
Crazy.
It's disingenuous for him to say that when we have so many mass shootings and so many people dying daily that the local media don't even report the crime anymore on a large scale like they used to do in Jamaica. So having that information to disseminate it on my platforms and even share it in some of my groups that I'm in will be beneficial, so we can debunk, the lies. Because he's going to focus on this year, but what about the previous years, especially 2017 when death went up, the crime rate went up to what, 1,700?
Yeah.
So we need to highlight the chart and show the people that they still haven't gotten crime under control. And then the next thing is that the U.S. government issued 2 travel advisory this year, one in January and one in July.
Yes.
And also the UK government and the Canadian government both issued travel advisory. So the 3 first world countries issued travel advisory to their citizens to be cautious when they travel to Jamaica, because Jamaica is one of the highest crime country in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah,
and crime is extremely high in Jamaica, and healthcare is deplorable, bad. and you have to go to a private doctor, the U.S. Government say, in order to even probably survive in Jamaica if you have a health crisis. So they're desperately trying to get these governments to try to lower the travel advisory so they can attract more tourists. But we can't hide from the reality that Jamaica is a crime problem. And so, even with the IMF document that you reveal, because you're right, every time that this JLP government get into office or government, I should say, they wreck the economy, and then it's the People's National Parties like coming behind them, trying to amend what they did. You said Portia. You showed where Portia, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller, had to go to the IMF in 2013, even though they didn't want to do it, but they had no choice because Bruce Golding government brought Jamaica economy on the brink of collapse. And that's why they don't mention Bruce Golding when they speak, because that's another thing. He and them don't see eye to eye. And then, so now we're having the same situation in Jamaica where the economy is heading into a recession with low growth, 1.9% the first quarter, 0.01, almost flatline percent the second quarter, right before Beryl. And then Beryl numbers should be coming out soon if they don't try to manipulate the number, but it should show negative growth for the economy in Jamaica. And so the economy is in a mess right now in Jamaica with high prices, higher interest rate, high inflations, and this is post-COVID. And so the People's National Party is going to have another mess to clean up when we get into government. So it's a cycle. The people of Jamaica need to realize that they have no strategy to manage the economy. They misappropriate funds. They mismanage the economy. And it's sad that the dollar is just sliding and bleeding. And every time the dollar depreciates, it causes cost of living to go higher in terms of prices and costs for everything. So they don't know how to manage the economy, and they need to take their hands off the economy. So we are looking at probably another 18 to 20-year run this time and keep them away from the economy, and they should never get back the economy to mess it up. So, I just want to thank you. That's my contribution. So if you can please send me that chart, because I want to share it, man, because we have to debunk these lies, because the average person in Jamaica, they don't know what's going on. And so thank God for, social media influencers like yourself and teachers who are beat and teach them the government every time you get the opportunity to go live, So, yeah, man, we need to send this information out, because I guarantee you they're going to use this as a propaganda machine. First, you're going to hear it on their propaganda radio station that this government reduced crime in the last 24 years. No other government has ever. You know how they are already. So we need to have this information out there so we can debunk it as soon as they start the lies, because that's going to be one of their cry to rally. They're desperate, dejected, demoralized base that they have. So thank you so much, and keep up the great work. God bless you and Lady Anne Marie and the Mystic Sensation family. Bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Ricky, for that. All right, we appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to send it to you now, Pastor Ricky. All right. So you send it?
I have to put it to Mystic Nation and then move it over.
Okay.
All right, guys. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone who contributed to this interactive discussion. Reggae girl, bless up. Welcome. Really appreciate that you're here on a Friday night. You could have been doing other stuff, as I always say, but you choose to be with us, so we do not take that for granted. So we are just going to quickly go into Jeopardy. We're playing for credit. It's $1,000 Jamaican to the person with the most points, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 credit each Jamaican. The questions are in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question with what is for place or thing, and if it's the name of a person, then you're going to answer who is. and then give the name. All right, so the categories for tonight is car brands, parish and capitals, closed logo, brain teasers, and there, or there. So we're gonna have a sentence and you're gonna put the card there in the space. All right, so throw out a category, and the first one I see is what we're gonna start with. Can I borrow a pen, please? A black. I don't like blue. Yeah, that one. Thank you so much, George. It's an excellent show again tonight, guys.
Thank you, George.
Have a wonderful rest of the weekend, George. Andrew is saying car for 300. All right, so let's get the ball rolling. Why isn't it coming up? Oops. Seems as if the picture came off for that one. All right, so let's go 200. So which car company uses that logo? Sorry, I'll have to find another question for that. I don't know why that one didn't come up, because I have the thing written down. It was there. Which car company uses that logo? So after, and it's for 300 points. I have to remember that. Okay, anybody else participating? I see Andrew have answered. All right, so we're not going to delay, and that's for 200 points. It's infinity. So Andrew's on the board with 200 points. So choose the next category, and for how many points? I guess the others will trickle in shortly. Okay, Audrey, welcome. And you have to start with what is, and then the answer. You answer in the form of a question. Okay, it's going car for 500. All right, name the car company that which uses that logo. Name the car company that uses that logo. Truck Life, bless up.
All right.
You've been there all along. And remember, guys, that the spelling matters, so make sure your spelling is correct. All right, I see the answer. Okay, the answers are running in. Welcome, Tasia. Early Blessed, welcome. Remember, you have to answer in the form of a question. What is, and then the answer. All right, so the answer is Tesla, and it's TESLA, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points, because a lot of persons ran out on this one. Okay, so Truck Life corrected himself and got it. So Truck Life, 500 points. Reggae Girl, Albert, Early Blessed, but didn't put what is, Audrey. Those are most people came in with Tesla. Sharon also put Tesla. All right, so Truck Life is going cars for 400. Okay, which car company uses this logo? Big and bold. Which car company uses that logo? And this would be 118, I think. Plus 2, 17. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Audi, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. So remember, you have to refresh to see the correct order in which the answers streamed in. Truck Life, 400. Then Andrew,
400.
Albert, Liz, Audrey, Reggae Girl. So most persons came in with welcome Troy, with Audi. So Truck Life is going cars for 300. Sorry, Truck Life, that one came up blank. I don't know what happened. The picture came off. So I have to give a bonus on for that. So do you want to go 100 and just close that one off? That one, the logo is drawn blank. All right, so I'm just gonna close it off. Yeah, we want to close it off. All right, so name the car company that uses that logo. Ricardo, happy Friday.
Ricardo the boat.
All right, I see the answer, so no delay, and it's Mitsubishi, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those one. Oh, it's not gonna let me close it. I want to close it so nobody, you know what, I can reveal the answer and then close it because the picture is gone. All right, there we go. So nobody will choose that again. All right. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Ricardo. Oh, let me check the spelling.
Ricardo?
Hold on, I'm checking the spelling. Looks to be. Yes, Ricardo. Then Truck Life, Reggae Girl, Tasia, Troy, Albert. So everybody run out with
Ricardo?
Yeah. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Ricardo? Capitals for 300. Westmoreland. What's the capital of Westmoreland?
So the score as it is, Ricardo on 100 points, Andrew 200 points, and Truck Life 900 points.
Capital of Westmoreland. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Savannah Lamar. And that's the spelling, and that's for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Okay, that's where it started. You'll have it as one lengthy word, Ricardo. Andrew, Savannah Lamar. Andrew for 300 points. Then Truck Life, Reggae Girl, Liz, she has it jumbled into Tasia. But I get it, but you have to have it how it's supposed to be written. Yeah. All right, so choose the next category, Andrew, and for how many points? Okay, brain for 500. It's rolling big tonight. What has cities but no houses, forest but no trees, and water but no fish? So what has cities but no houses, forest but no trees, and water but no fish? That's a welcome, happy Friday. All right, I see the answer, known delays, and it is what is a map? Our map. So map has all of that, but no physical features, just symbols. All right, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Ricardo and Truck Life Andrew. Ricardo, 500 points. Not so everybody came in with map.
500 points, Ricardo?
Yeah, so choose the next category and for how many points?
Okay.
Capital for 200. Okay.
Okay, Ricardo.
St. Elizabeth, capital of St. Elizabeth. Me not put Jesse in bed, me cover up Jesse and send him to in bed, so I make my ear him. Because she might gone in the kitchen.
You want to do the back nice.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Black River, and that is for 200 points. So 200 points, Black River. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. Liz. Oh, she put it in one word. Hold on. Truck Life, Black River. So Truck Life, 200 points. Has to be separate. Albert, Ricardo, and well, everybody came in with Black River basically. All right, choose the next category and for how many points, Truck Life. Ricardo, I run up Truck Life, tell him to come go. She has it as not separate words, Truck Life. He has it jumbled together. It has to be Black and then River, not Black River running together. So it has to be written out in the correct format. Okay, capitals for 100. Oh, sorry, I didn't release the board. Trelawny, capital of Trelawny. Ricardo. You trying to get ahead of the game. Okay, let me see Albert, what Albert is saying. Albert, refer to the screen and you'll see the correct order that it came in. So refresh your screen. You came after your answer came in after Truck Life. All right. So the answer, everybody knows Falmouth. Everybody ran out on that one. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. So let me refresh. Correct spelling, Ricardo, Truck Life, Liz. So everybody ran out.
And Ricardo, how much money?
100. Megalian, bless up yourself. Happy Friday. All right, so choose the next category, Ricardo. Ricardo said upgrade from Flow to Starlink.
Hey.
So him gone over to what's Elon Musk?
Yeah, Elon Musk.
Yeah, so we shouldn't even support him with that.
So
brain for 200. What's that supportive? What walks when you tie it up but stops when you untie it? What walks when you tie it up but stops when you untie it? What walks when you tie it up? You tie it up, but yet it walk, but stops when you untie it.
That sounds like stress.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is shoes. So you tie up the shoe and you walk. When you untie it, you finish walking. All right, so let's see who picked up those 200 points. So first on the board with the correct response is Troy.
Troy?
Yeah.
Much points?
Mm-hmm.
Much points?
200. Then Ricardo. You've always been fast. I don't know how much fast you need to be. So choose the next category, Troy, and for how many points? I'm not gonna penalize him for that 8 because it's a number. I know it's a, and we know it's a is that it's gonna be there. He spelled the shoes correctly, so that's the answer. The what is just a formality, and then we know it's a typo with that 8. Right, so Troy, choose the next category and for how many points? Same category for 500. No, 500 is already gone. You want to go 400? All right, we'll go 400 since you wanted one of the big player. Jimmy's mother had 4 children. She named the first Monday, the second Tuesday, and the third Wednesday. What is the name of the 4th child? So Jimmy's mother had 4 children. She named the first Monday, the second Tuesday, and the third Wednesday. What is the name of the 4th child? You're lagging, Empress. All right. So I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Jimmy. Remember, Jimmy is the name of a person. All right. So, and that is for 400 points. So it started with Jimmy. So it told you that Jimmy was one of the children, but then they tried to play a mind game on you by using the days of the week. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, 400 points. Empress, not so, but it came in with Jimmy. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Ricardo is continuous brain for 300. And it's a double point answer. What can travel around the world while staying in one corner? What can travel around the world while staying in one corner? Right. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's going to be for 600 points because this is a double point and it is a stamp. So once you put it in that right hand corner of the envelope, you send it anywhere, and that's where it will stay. And that is for 600 points. So let's see who picked up those 600 points. Ricardo, 600 points, and most other persons came in with stamp.
So the score as it is, Troy and 200 points. Andrew, 500 points. Struck Life, 1,100 points. And Ricardo, 1,700 points.
Well, so then my roll, Ricardo, what category and for how many points? Capitals for 400. Hanover, the capital of Hanover. Ricardo.
Oh, Ricky,
Spanish down because my try throw something my head at the question. The second time in short Spanish down, you not even throw it out, you fling it out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is Lucy. So the capital of Hanover is Lucy. And that is for 400 points. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I see people have been trying to erase the answer and doing typo errors. Okay, come back, come relieve himself. Ricardo, for 400 points. The previous one you gave 600 points, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 400 points. And everybody else came in with Lucy. Oh, Empress is still lagging. All right, so choose the next category. Sharon is also starting to lag. So Ricardo, next category, and for how many points? Brain for 100, so it's completing that. What goes through a door but never goes in and never comes out? What goes through a door but never goes in and never comes out? What goes through a door but never go in and never comes out? So clue, it never goes in and it never comes out. So think about it. Let me see what. Okay. All right, now you guys are on the ball. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a keyhole. So if you put key, remember that you put the key in and the key comes out because you have to put it in to open the door and then take it back out to use it on another occasion. But the keyhole is stationary. It doesn't go in. It's just put in the middle of the door there, and it doesn't come out. It just stays in the door. So that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points first. If two persons came up with it, one behind the other. Okay, so Truck Life, Monica, Ricardo. So Truck Life for 100 points. So Truck Life, next category, and for how many points? Empress, she type it long time. Oh, shucks, sorry, it's Empress. Empress type it long time for real, sorry. It's Empress who got it. Empress 100 points. Sorry.
Empress 100 points.
Yeah, it got lost way up there in the. Sorry, Empress. It's Empress who first got it. She got it way up on top there. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Empress. Close for 200. Okay. Name the clothing company that uses that logo. The clothing company or company that use that logo. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Unknown delays. Yes, Rolex. And people, Rolex don't only make watch, they have clothing lines as well. So I know some people might say about Rolex's watch, they have a clothing line as well. You can go check it out. And that is for 200 points. Oops. All right, so that's where it starts. Natzel for 200 points. Natzel, yeah. And then Empress and many others came in with Rolex.
Natzel for 200 points, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so Natzel, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, continuing with clothing for 300. Which clothing company uses this logo? Everybody run out. Wait, okay. 100. Everybody run out to that one here. All right, so no delays. Everybody did run out. And what is Polo? So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let me just make sure I go way up in the jumble so I don't miss anybody again. So Truck Life and everybody else run out with Polo. So Truck Life.
Much for that, Truck Life.
200, no, 300. All right, so Truck Life is continuing with close for 400. Which company uses that logo? Which company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, known delays, and that's a 400 points. So Chanel is the company that uses that logo. All right, some people say Coco Chanel, but they just say Chanel, and that is for 400 points. Let's make sure the spelling is correct. Chocolate 400, and not Phil. Everybody else right? Came in with Chanel. Yeah. 400. All right, it's continuing with clothes for 500. Everybody run out. Which clothing company uses this logo? And remember, guys, the spelling counts. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And it is, what is Lacoste? And that is for 500. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Oops. Truck Life.
500 points?
Yes, and most other persons came in with, yeah, everybody else came in with Lacoste. All right, choose the next category. And for how many points? Truck Life. Okay, it's completing clothing. All right, everybody run out. Which clothing company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Ricardo, you don't know the clothing line, you know your clothes. Ricardo say all the moms those. Oh my God. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Versace. And that's the spelling. People remember spelling counts, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, so it started there. Andrew.
What points?
S-A-C-E.
What points we
I'm
have?
not going to start with this. 100. All right, and other persons came in with Versace as well. They wear shine clothes. All right. So 2 categories are left there. One with just one amount, and then we have there, and there. So partial capitals with 500, and then that. All right, so Andrew's saying there for 100. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, so Dash are hungry. Please feed the dogs. Dash are hungry. Please feed the dogs. So put the correct there in there. So put the correct one in there. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is there. The they, pluralize, apostrophe S-R-E, for they are hungry, but this should not have been there. That's bad English. This should not have been there. Sorry, guys. So there. So that is for 100 points. So let's see. Yeah, let me just put a note to correct that. All right. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Trying to, all right, so it started there. So Truck Life for 100. And then we have quite a number of other persons who came in with the correct response. Paris for 500 says Truck Life. Capital of Portland. Everybody run out. Capital of Portland. Sorry guys, I'm just tired. Keep yawning. So Port Antonio. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Port Antonio, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. So let me just refresh and see. Ricardo. The chocolate, if you throw a kangaroo,
Ricardo,
reach
how
to
much money?
500 points. Then other persons came in with Port Antonio. So I said, Baron, look at the score now.
Okay, interesting. That's Ricardo and Shop Life at it. So Empress and 100 points, Troy 200 points, Natzel 200 points, and Andrew 600 points, Shop Life 2,400 points, and Ricardo 2,600 points.
Okay. All right. So there's only one category left. So just put the points that you want. So choose how many points do you want for the next one? Is there something there already that I'm missing? No. So how many points do you want for the next one? Ricardo showed Chandler and Fire. All right, 200. Give them dash food so they can eat. Give them dash food so they can eat. So which of the there must go there? All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, known delays, and it is there, the one that shows ownership. Give them their food so they can eat. The food belongs to them. Give it to them so that they can eat. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Truck Life.
What?
200, and then
this is serious.
Others also came in with the correct.
This is serious. No, sir, this is serious.
All right. Well, Ricardo, all of them there do a throat, you know, all of them there do a throat when you know, say Inga and Starlink now. So how you make Truck Life answer before?
Inga woke up the feeling reaching out. Empress and 100 points. Try 200 points. Natzel 200 points. Andrew 600 points. Shop Life 2,600 points. Ricardo 2,600 points.
What is let me see what Regular Girl is saying. Let me see what Truck Life. Regular Girl, believe you me, Truck Life was like you and struggling to get on the board and stuff, and he's been at it for a couple of years and he's mastered it and he has good internet. It's all about the speed of the finger and a good functional Wi-Fi. So all of them have been where you guys are now. It's, as I said, it's not, the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end. All right, so how many points? Did I miss it? Truck Life was what, 106 bucks? How long? Truck Life used to be dubbed 6 bars. Okay, then 300. I can't wait to go to Silverwood. It is so much fun to go, which there must go there. So I can't wait to go to Silverwood. It is so much fun to go, so put in the correct one. All right, let me see. It started there. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is the THERE, which shows position. So much fun to go there. So THERE, and that is for 300 points or a place. All right, let me refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. Was it from before there? No, so it started there. So Truck Life, 300 points.
Whoa.
Then Andrew, and then the others came in behind. All right. So, same category of 4. All right. You answered the question before I even start. Where? Hold on, let me go back and see. Did you throw a monkey wrench in there, Truck Life? Be honest.
Well, I'm not sure that I get the points.
I mean, I know that one him that said he answered before the question went out.
So then how would Truck Life know the question?
Truck Life have to go down for the one there. So it should where is it? Hold on. Okay, they're saying he's putting the answers before. All right, so Truck Life, I'm going to penalize you for that one. All right, so who's after Truck Life? Andrew. So Andrew, I give Andrew that 300 points.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah. That's Empress, I think is confirming it. Truck Life. Laughing. You're throwing out monkey wrench out there. Stop it, Truck Life. So give that to give that to Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew got it.
All right, so Andrew, how many points do you want? The 400 or the 500? All right, 400. Oh, look. Dash, so happy you are home. They are even wagging Dash tails, and that's a double score. So whoever answers that correctly will get 800. No, there 400 points added to their score, and then the overall score will be doubled. So, oh look, Dash, so happy you are home. They are even wagging Dash tail. So put the correct ones there. All right, guys. See the answer I'm looking for. So it is what is there and there. So the THE are pluralized and are, and then showing ownership, they're wagging their own tails. All right, and that is a double point answer coming off 400 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Even if you don't put the and then just put a forward slash or just put them side by side, that's fine. So Ricardo, 400 points and then doubly scored. Please don't talk about the and, because that is just a formality. You didn't have to put and there, could have just put there, and it's just a typo with the and. The and is not a part of the answer. All right, and then other persons came in with the correct there. So 400 points, and then I have to give another question for 300 points and plus make that a double point answer. All right, so I'll just reveal this one. This is my least favorite restaurant. I don't like dash food. This is my least favorite restaurant. I don't like. Which one of those there should go there? Let me just choose. Let's do this one. Oh, okay. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Let me open back this one, and no delays, and it is that their ownership, the restaurant's food, but person don't like it. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points, and the board is empty on that one. Let's see. All right, so 500 points struck live, then Empress and other persons came with their. All right, so it's not finished yet. So remember, there was a spoiled question. So I'm just going to put up another. Which one did I? Oh, this one. And these are the categories for this template. So it was a 300 points answer that the logo just didn't come up. So for any of these categories, I want you to choose one of the categories for 300 points. Anybody, or the first one that I see as usual is the one I'm gonna start with. So choose a 300 points from any of those categories. All right, so let's see. I see spelling, but not for all many. All right, I see what is dance, Jamaican dance for 300. All right, let's go to the dance. It's the one that came up first, and then Reggae Girl said spelling, but dance came up first. What you're gonna say, what you're gonna do, name the dance. What you're gonna say, what you're gonna do, name the dance, and that will be for 600 points. What you're gonna say, what you're gonna do. Number 82. Just see the spelling. Okay, here. Remember that the spelling counts, guys. That is for 600 points. Welcome, welcome, David. All right, and it is Stocky. What you're gonna do, what you're gonna say, Stocky or Stucky, or however you pronounce it, but that's the spelling that we're looking for, and that is gonna be for 600 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 600 points. David, running on the board. with 600 points.
David, right?
Yes, then Sharon.
First time David on,
also
right?
got it. Yes. Okay. So we have to try and remember and be fair with the game and not try to throw answers out there before possible answers before the question is asked, just to make it fair for everybody. All right. So the Baron is tallying the score. So congratulations to everyone who participated. Congratulations to everyone who made the board, and congratulations to all the winners tonight. We will know the winners once Baron tallies the scores. And remember, the race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. You might be slow now, but down the line you might be one of the fastest competitors. As I said, it's about speed in typing and good functioning.
No, not Zell and Shaw. You have to give them one more.
Not Zell and
They tied at 200.
Okay. Not Zell and Troy.
Yeah, tied at 200.
All right. So let me just bring up back the last template that I had. Luckily, I didn't close it. So Natzel and Troy are tied at 200. Do you want to do a break tie question? This is the categories that we have between Natzel and Troy. If they're still here, throw out a category for how many points. And the first one I see is what you're going to ask. And this is just between Natzel and Troy. Or if someone wants to forfeit their points and no, Empress, you're on your lonely 100. You're on your lonely 100 at the side. You didn't make, you came on the board, but you didn't make it into the winning pool. Is Troy and Natzel still there? Oh, sugar girl, you're a bit disappointed, but it will not happen again. Chuck Life is a disciplined person. He's just fun. I guess he's doing, and I didn't realize he was doing that, but he'll not do it again. So Natzel is here. Is Troy still there? Troy? You need to answer yes if you're still there. It seems as if Troy is gone.
So if Troy is gone.
Just put Natzel.
You have to just put Natzel.
There. Did I have a number for Natzel? She's participated before. So you forfeited there.
All right. So here we have the winner. Natzel in 5th place, 200 points. David in 4th place, 600 points. Andrew, 3rd place, 900 points. Chuck Life, 2nd place, 3,100 points. And Ricardo, 6,000 points.
Okay, so what am I seeing? Ricardo. Okay, so Ricardo, you're sharing with Empresses that I'm seeing. Let me see. I missed most of the chat at the top. I was trying to look if okay, yes. All right, so she said the 846 flow. Empress 846. All right, so Reggae Girl, I'm gonna put Reggae Girl on here. Pass me the thing in there. Do I have a number for you already, Natzel? Yes or no? I think I have a number for Reggae Girl already. Give me the small one. Let me see. Naxel. Yeah, I have a number for Naxel already. So you want me to use the same number, Naxel, if you're still there? Okay. Yeah, I have a number for her. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, it's her daughter. Okay. Andrew. Yeah, Andrew's on the board tonight. Use the same number from Reggae Girl. Okay. All right. No problem. Oh. I have a number for Reggae Girl and I have a number for Naxel. Which one do you want me to use? Okay. You want use the number. Let me see. It's two digital numbers, one ending in 68 and one ending in 31. Oh, use yours? Okay. Okay. All right, no problem. All right, no problem. We'll do that. All right. All right, so thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support and participation. Hope everyone have a wonderful and blessed weekend and get some rest for those who are not working. And just want to say thank you to all the new subscribers who came on board. Thank you for those who started the journey with us and still treading. And thank you for those who join us along the journey and taking the strides with us for a brighter future for Jamaica, for ourselves and future generations to come. Really appreciate each and every one, and thank you for your support with Jeopardy as well and your participation. So we're not going to delay, guys, because to be honest, we are both very tired. We've had a rough week. So I am going to say good night and safe travel on the gravel until tomorrow. Remember, Reason with Ratigan is tomorrow.
Oh yes.
At 3 p.m. US time and then 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Those in Canada, it's 1 p.m. Then you have Wayne changes to City Hall on Sunday.
Yes.
And then we'll be back on Tuesday. Remember, all the other platforms that are spreading the message, make sure you go out and support them as well, because I always say the message may be done in a different format, but it's one voice.
One voice.
One voice. So go out and support them, and we will be back on Tuesday. Tuesday may be short because I couldn't get the last 4 hours of my shift switch. So I have to do the full 12 hours. And then remember, Tuesday is also US election. So we have to bear that in mind. And Sunday morning, we are going to have a time change. So what is it? Fall back. So our time is gonna be rolled back by 1 hour. So now there's gonna be a 2-hour difference between us and Jamaica. So Tuesday time, we'll have to try and gauge that, bearing in mind that there is gonna be now a 2-hour difference. So we'll see how that time frame goes, but the notification will be sent out regarding the start time once we tweak it, because we want to make sure we don't keep you guys on too late either, and make sure it works for us, because you know that we have busy work schedule, and when we're here, I have to tweak a couple hours here or there in order to make it work. So yeah. All right, so thank you again, and safe travel on the gravel, and have a wonderful and blessed weekend.
All right.
Oh, Regular Girls, so their time is going to change too. Okay. All right. Take care, guys. Love you all.